Welcome to, at long last, our continuation of the main story in Fire Emblem Engage, beginning with Chapter 18 today. It's been a little bit slow going as far as the main campaign is concerned, since we have been taking things at about one map per stream in recent broadcasts, and that has included several optional chapters along the way, since we are taking on the paralogs pretty much as soon as they come up, session by session, day by day. But it is time to continue, and we haven't really done anything with the party since the previous stream, I don't think, apart from putting Leaf back onto Alchrist where he was previously, and I don't know necessarily if we'll keep that. We barely used Leaf before the Chapter 10 event, and didn't really get a feel for where I want him just yet, given that we don't really have that many characters that exploit multiple weapon types at once. Haven't really been leveling up or promoting those classes so much, and that would be what benefits from Leaf's power the most. Anyway, enough of that. Having learned the entirely predictable truth about Vale, the party heads to Illusia, where the Fell Dragon awaits. Well, let's see how it goes. And let's see, moreover, how much of a setup phase lies in store. The Cold Voyage.
Vale gave the Ring of the Holy Night to the Divine Dragon.
Apologies, my lord.
The Ring of Azure Twins lost as well. You do understand the gravity of all this.
The real question is whether
Yes.
we end up recruiting Zephyr and the rest of the evil team, because
And Vale.
it's entirely possible given how we played against him previously. Oh, this fellow has 3 eyes. It took me this long to notice that, even despite
Still
all of
in a
our
deep
earlier
slumber.
encounters.
No matter how much I amplify her draconic
Maybe that was previously
impulses,
masked.
she
I just
won't awaken.
never paid attention to that, but we've seen very little of him, so. And this is
She
a new vessel, I
refuses her
suppose.
true nature.
Anyway, take this.
What is it?
New crown. I guess she gets a class
An
promotion.
enchanted helmet.
Mind
My
control.
power with your spell.
I see.
Keep it safe.
Of course. As you will it. There is something else I would like to...
Mwah.
Pardon me, Lord Sombron, but
My only living child.
yes.
She suspects otherwise, and she will of course turn out to be quite correct.
That is correct.
Of course. I was speaking from fear, not fact.
Why ask such a thing?
Vale believes one of her
precise-
siblings is alive.
Nature of
She spoke of an unbroken dragonstone.
which this sibling this is, I kind of suspect it's going to just turn out to be our main character, Lear himself, but given his dual nature,
But she must be mistaken. Your children were killed in the war 1,000 years ago.
they were not.
I remember one
We'll
who
see
stood above
exactly
the rest
how
with
this
hair and eyes
unfolds.
like fire. What was the name again? Something like...
Zephyr.
My lord.
I do not remember all my children's names or faces.
Yes.
Moments
Well,
later,
he's
I
back.
was imprisoned.
I did not.
Then I rescind what I said. The answer is no. And if you find that offspring,
Yes, Lord Sombron.
We all know exactly who it is. At least it's relatively likely.
Thanks for arranging this ship for us, Alfred.
Thank my mother, not me. When I said we were headed to Illusia, she got one of the fleet's finest lined up.
How was everything at the capital?
Well enough. There haven't been any attacks since we left for Brodia.
What a relief.
I told Mother what the other side's been up to. She was shocked, of course.
Understandably.
As for the destruction at Flora Port, though it may be years before the harbor is returned to its original beauty.
We must defeat the Fell Dragons. What's our plan? When we arrive, first we should try to learn what we can from the Illusian people.
So this will be country number 5.
If we don't
Hopefully
know
just
what
5
we're up
of 5,
against,
given
we could
the
lose everything.
pacing of the game and the map that was seen from the overhead perspective.
Besides, there's something I need to find out. And what's that? Whether Vale is all right. From our vantage,
They may attempt to erase her personality.
I know Vale killed my mother, but I can't help but worry about her.
Yes. I suppose she's a victim in this too.
Or it was all an act and she's just gaining our trust.
That's worth considering. Still, I want to trust her.
Divine One, excuse me.
Any sign of the hounds?
None. However...
Then we've got no choice but to fight them on the water.
Okay, it's going to be a ship battle. We've seen a couple of these in the series before. They always make for some pretty fancy maps. With the ships boarding each other. And some fairly interesting movement ranges bound up in that, of course. Can't even remember specifically which games have this and which ones don't, because it is actually a relatively well-known Fire Emblem trope. From here to there, I think we might have last seen it in Awakening, but I would have to think about this carefully to be absolutely sure. Anyway, unit selection, we have 12, and we are going to be fighting a beam who sounds familiar, probably from very early in the game. Isn't this one of the pirates that we've faced very early? Let's see who it is going to be. A beam is all the way over here. General of Lucia, yeah, we saw her in one of the earliest maps and chased her away at that time. She's got a tomahawk, she's got 2 life bars. Actually not too bad relative to some of the bosses we've been fighting in the optional chapters. However, smash attack that pushes 2 spaces, and crit plus 30 if she's been taken down by half. Now, of course, if we take down the first life bar, then we know that having a health pool that refreshes on a second life bar will actually cancel this condition. We know that having exploited that property with some of the previous bosses we faced. So we'll just have to be very careful, and we'll just need to make sure that attacks into her when her health pool is down come from units that have high defense. We're going to be defending against ships on either side. Let's take a look at whether there are enemies to chase down or loot, or anything optional, given that, you know, if the objective is on the right side, clearly we should be going left to see what we can do about this chest. And also to see whether there is going to be a thief race. There is. That naturally means we should be looking at bow ranges, because one of the things that could be effective here is just to pick off the thief immediately using Astra. So for example, if it runs over one turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we just need to make sure we are out of range of the bow. So we probably just send someone like Chloe, who is still capped out with her level 20 Lin, which is maybe not the most experience efficient way to do it, but is the way we are doing it. If we send her up here first, face off against these guys and shoot them down in some fashion, then we should be able to pick off the thief before it activates, as long as that's the one we're dealing with. I highly suspect it's the case. We don't see another thief on a board just yet. So the question is, yeah, there's a chest over here as well. We should see if there's another thief race to it, as there very well may be. But yeah, with the objective on the right side, clearly we should just take the left and clear out as much of the map as possible. Yeah, this is very reminiscent, I think, of one of the... I want to say one of the GBA era maps as well. Possibly... Well, can't quite remember off the top of my head. But anyway, we have a couple of flyers to shoot down. We have hammers, we've got a lot of bows. Reluctant as I am to stick with the exact main party that we've had all this time. Oh yeah, we've got to be aware of the Radiant Bow, which is going to do spell damage, and which we do have to take somewhat seriously. As well as a fair bit of magic damage incoming that way. This As all fires... Oh, magic artillery. Okay, that's why it has 7 range. And it has 7 shots. If we take it out quickly, we should be able to claim it for ourselves, but I don't know if we want to do that right away. There is the same thing going on the left side as well. Given that you just have the 2 magic attackers over here at magic attack 32, speed 17, if Louis is not going to die to this, so let's see, 32 over 16, he would take 16 apiece. He would actually live if we send him across immediately and just poke into the magic artillery just to kill it right away. I think you could absolutely do that. Either that or we send in somebody like Jean, who would be able to sustain quite a bit of damage as well, except he would be on shielding art, and yeah, this guy's going to possibly do a smash attack to kind of push him out as well. But in general, I like the idea of sending Louis up and getting him across, so long as we know what to do about guys like this. Possibly if we have him on Javelin, how much damage do we need to do? Just 41? Or not Javelin, but Spear, I keep saying that. Spear could, for instance, come down here. Just spear into this guy, and then block this one. And Killer Axe would be somewhat obstructed. And then this spot would then be clear. So it's going to be some kind of Louis and Seedal play on the first turn. Over here, Seedal can be in the back because he can run over here and get Louis within range. In fact, Louis, he has 5 movement. He's going here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He doesn't even need to go that far. And you can get to move things back. Okay, we probably do want an archer up top. Vigado's not too bad a choice, depending on what we're facing here. Axes with what ability? Speed plus 5. And yeah, you can probably use. I think we'll just want archers facing up in general, or to take care of some of these ones as well. Yeah, we'll definitely want to run all of the archers in. We'll run Alchemist and Leaf just to give them a spin. We'll run Vigado. And then the question is, do we want much in the way of magic damage? Because I'm thinking I might bench one of the mages, bench Andreo, for instance, just to work on leveling up another character. In the meantime, a lot of them are fairly low resistance to magic, though, so that's definitely a consideration. Yeah, spears all over the place over here, and then we'll probably nuke a lot of this stuff in the first turn. Possibly even that Killer Axe, because if you have, let's say, Seedal over here, you could potentially get pretty far. Yeah, Marin can do a whole bunch, Ivy can do a whole bunch as long as we keep her out of bow range. And it should not be too hard to keep her out of bow range as long as we mark both bows, because she can do some kind of thunder attack back here. It's quite possible to do some kind of massive thunder attack on Ivy, perhaps. I don't know, we can do general, just maybe bust down a whole left side really quickly. Like have, you know, a whole bunch of thunder attacks or bow attacks at 3 range. Come in and double up. At the maximum extent of my range, which is going to be here. Yeah, we can figure something out. Anyway, this side. We'll probably just back off of this side for the time being. Lure some people in here and kill them in a central box. We don't know how reinforcements are going to go, of course. But it would perhaps make sense to... Where's my Jean? Keep Jean over here, just so we have some kind of physical defender. coming in this way. Or take the opportunity to level a new one, except we got, again, a fair bit of magic attack, which we'll need to take into account. And yeah, just draw in a lot of those troops and hit. So let's think about this first turn and how it's going to go, because I think it's going to be probably Louis in here. We'll want to take out the orb right away, and then the issue, however, is that you still have mages who are within range of taking the orb if I don't camp on it directly. And the orb does a hit plus 20, but it doesn't improve damage numbers, so it's probably okay. So we'd need somebody to claim it as well, which tells me that we want to do some kind of big Byleth fest over here and refresh 4 characters. That means we want characters with Thunder to be up front, Thunder or Longbow to be up front. Which might mean I pull Fagato down here as well, so as we have this, we have 4 characters here. We can move Ivy here. Get hit from here. Then, yeah, potentially Zitrin could come down here. And as long as she doesn't get nuked herself, I think she'll be fine. Yeah, Ivy and Zitrin down there, that's probably good. We get a longbow in, it'll be redundant with that position. I think maybe switch like this, or even like this. Yeah, because then Louis comes in this position, you get him out there, you get Seed all in the back, then you can get a whole bunch of attackers in appropriately. I kind of like that. Fagato here. Ivy here. Citrina over here. Avatar here. Seed all here after having moved Louis up in the first round. Then, so we'll just worry about that left column. We'll get Chloe to fight up top with Alchrist as backup, with the Alchrist and Anna as backup probably. If we're gonna find him here. Seedall, yeah, as long as he can reach this location, he's good. We'll keep our archers going. Let's see. Swords down here, axes up here. Makes more sense to put Anna on top because of potential weapon advantage reasons, perhaps. But yeah, Alchrist down here. And then Jean, Marin, etc. can kind of hold the line. We'll put Seedall here for clarity. And we'll figure out what to do on the right side. So the question is, do we sub out Pandrio for somebody like Yunaka, perhaps? Because I do think we probably have enough heals to go around. The main issue is whether we have anybody really threatening from a magical perspective who would require us to run a magic tank to absorb that, and I don't think we really do. I mean, there are these guys over here, I suppose. Radiant Bow. Yeah, okay. We might want to leave Fagato in place, just so we can have somebody draw those in. Because if you draw them in right away, then that potentially solves a lot of issues, especially because this soldier has low resilience himself. So yeah, no, we'll keep things as is. I don't really like just running the same 12 map after map after map, but until we get our backline leveled up, this will have to be it. Also, I just noticed that we have our own flame cannon. I don't know who's eligible to operate it, but that's potentially interesting, given that it has, what is it, I don't see the range on it though. It might need to be activated by something else first. Although, if it is something that mages can just use, then you can see that there is that outer box in their range, which might give you a sense of what you can activate here. So maybe I should actually put somebody else here, like a magic attacker who's able to use this. Let's, like a more novice magic attacker. Who would that be? Yeah, we just don't have a lot of depth on the roster right now because I've been neglecting so many characters. It might be somebody like Hortensia, for instance. I think we'll just leave things as is. You use that on a backup if we have a lot of units rushing it. Anyway, so we need to see if there is a thief who's racing us to the spot on the right here, because I don't actually know how that one is going to go yet. Mostly snipers here. Sages everywhere. Possibly there will be a thief spawn. We'll go down and try to grab it, but I think for the most part we just try to nuke this one in the top corner and get him before he opens up too much. We can do that probably on a second move. His first move, yeah, we'll get rid of this stuff. And yeah, I think we just run with it. Let's just do an inventory check quickly. Make sure I am not too short on things like heals or anything else that might be critical. I think we'll be fine. Alright, let's just play. Enough setup. Okay, let's just save it. And go. Again, kind of tempted to sub up Hindrio, but no, we'll just run with it. And we'll go. Okay, that highlights my cannon.
Fighting on two. Good news is the ship's got flame cannons that'll set
they'll
fires
set fire,
and slow
okay.
down the enemy. Be careful though. Wouldn't want our allies to get caught in the blaze.
Okay, so I can place a unit there. Does it scale with any particular attack? Blast a wide area around the impact point. And not reduce HP below 1. We'll use it sparingly. I have a pretty solid plan for my first turn.
Since the king's death, Elusia's armies serve Elusia
Oh, that's totally
no
recruit.
longer, but the hounds. Is this truly what I meant to
That
do?
is absolutely somebody recruitable, as long as we do not kill him first. So we need to keep that in mind. We haven't had a new recruit on a main chapter in a very long time, if at all. I mean a hostile recruit. We just haven't seen them this game. Let's check whether there is dialogue marked. Yeah, there is with my avatar. I don't know if there is with any other character, but
Let's do this!
I don't think there is. I think we do have to talk to him
Time to open up shop.
with the main character, which means we need to draw him in but not kill him. And it's going to be a sage with Thoron only. And what skills? Weapon insight. For low-level weapons... Oh, I see. The weapon level is probably just a rank, like ABC. With crit 20, that's amazing if you can put the right thing on him. We haven't actually had dark magic spells on our side yet this game. But yeah, we'll make sure we recruit him. Let's mark stuff so we know what we're dealing with here. Yeah, bows we do kind of need to mark. At least for the time being. Particularly that radiant one. We just need to know where the flyers should not stand at the moment. And everything else should be relatively self-evident. We'll mark the boss. Yeah, we have already. Okay. So, rather than going for the cannon right away, let's actually go for the play that I wanted to make, which is that we'll just get in there and burst everything down if we can. Which means, yeah, we wanted to create the quadrant over here, which means Seedall behind here. Now, Seedall also has the Canter ability, which may be useful here. No, he'll still be in the back position. That's the most useful thing for him to do. Where is he? Here. Okay, Louis.
This isn't so bad.
That's not Louis. This is Figado. Where's Louis? Did I misplace Louis? I totally misplaced Louis. No, Louis can go here. He can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As long as the bridge doesn't slow down. And Seedall gets in front of him. Okay, that solves it.
Shall we dance?
Do I have much shielding art? Yes, I do. Okay. We have to mine the hammer. There was a hammer down here. We'll leave Seedall in this position. Hammer is down here. We just need to make sure Louis doesn't run into that. Then we send him up here. We then go spear against this guy. Take him out immediately. And yeah, Great Lance doesn't quite kill on this guy, but we'll get to that. One thing I need to check with Spear is my speed. Because I need to make sure I don't get doubled by the mages. I won't. 17 over 13 for the speed. Okay.
Devoted to you.
Anyway, same
Show
plan
me
as
the
before.
way.
We're going to go Citrin over here. That's going to be Thunder attack against that guy. That'll take him down a fair bit, but not quite enough. We will. Down here. One thing is that if I use Ivy to engage, I can basically freeze enemies in place. I don't know if we want to do that yet, but we can kind of get a combined kill over here. I mean, Citrin is going to hit that enemy. That's not a particular question. It's the only one she's going to hit, so we'll stick with that. Again, potential speed issues we need to be aware of, but once we reload everybody, we can think about pulling her out. So then Figado. Oh yeah, Figado didn't even need to do anything. He actually should have gone here to hit in the first place. That's okay. Yeah, no, he should have been the one to hit the mage in the first place. Then that frees up Louis to have killed, or at least attacked, into one of those other units. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. This side we'll just worry about later. Chloe's going to be up top again. This thief is going to be in position to be hit within 10 squares, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We want Chloe to be up here next turn. Which means she does have to play against the axes, which potentially break lances, which
What a lovely scene.
we don't want to do just yet. This guy... Yeah, probably just move her up in the center. Not do too much with her just yet. And all Crimson Leaf, yeah, we'll just make sure they
As you wish.
are able to take out some guys down here. Anyway. Well, let's see what Figado can do, because it's not actually a whole lot. It would make more sense to have her kill immediately like this. Rather than attack into this guy immediately. We'll see. What did Figado do against the bottom guy? He doesn't kill because that guy has too much physical defense. So yeah, no, it's definitely going to be just Ivy down here.
I will atone.
And the only one going to take the top position is going to be Fugato, so we'll do that. Oh, unless we go Chloe there instead. That's a good idea. Because then she could just attack into the bow directly and start chasing up here. You take down the thief after that. I like that a lot, actually. She's going to be a lot more effective than Fugato, so... She could even maybe go for Astra this turn, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to be within range now.
It's just like my
Of
fairy
the thief,
tales.
which is what we're trying to take out, but it might be within range of something else interesting. Or she could even call doubles here, except the problem with doubles is that they do obstruct the positioning of my avatar. She can also take out the bow immediately, which would be helpful, because then we can just manually tap the thief up top, because we'll free up so much space. I kind of like that idea. It'll be the most effective use of her movement. Yeah, because if she's coming here anyway, she'll be able to pick off the thief before it gets too far. And we don't need to do the ranged attack to make that happen, so... it is going to be Astra then, and it's going to be taking out this one here.
As if I'd lose.
We'll just play super aggressive into the first turn.
A good wind.
Just take out the left side, nice and breezy. And then Violet's going to go down there with my avatar. Do remember that our avatar does need to eventually move back to the right side in order to recruit the sage that we see over there and grab him in safely. We'll need to be careful with that and make sure we don't counterattack and kill him on the counterattack, which is why we should probably just bait in all of the magic attackers we can with Jean and be done with it. Because Jean just parks up here. Where is he? Like up here. He should be able to take a lot of attacks as long as we don't have a backup here that we're not accounting for. Because those are so difficult to calculate. Yeah, this would be the backup. We don't want to soak the chain attacks, basically, but we should be okay. Let's go engage.
Emblem, engage!
Do we have anything that will buff defense? Not really. Sword of the Creator, however, has the benefit of being able to counter 2 range if necessary. So, probably makes sense to switch to that, just as a precaution, and then we'll do Goddess Dance against all 4.
Let the lesson begin!
I still don't know what that lost item thing does. Whether it's support or something else. Anyway, we'll have to be careful with this guy coming in, obviously. But we should be able to attack in and take out the spear and whatever else. Yeah, Killer Axe must go down, of course. We'll also, Magic Artillery. Let's see how well it scales. It scales quite well, in fact. If we use Thoron, then, for instance, it'll do 43. If we use Bolganone, it'll do 39. So Thoron, since we just want to maximize outgoing damage, it's probably going to be Thoron for whatever we want to fire upon. It is also possible to... What's this guy holding? Killer Axe, yeah. Potentially... use adjacency against Well, anyway, we want to stay out of bow range with Chloe, obviously. She has a lot of flexibility for all that, so... Let's see here. Nobody's going to hit here. The mages hit for 32, but are really not a problem against her. She'll actually be able to take mage attacks directly with no issues. So we just need to kill the physical attackers and get out of range of everything else. We take down these two, so Trin can basically get in there as far as she wants. And possibly double up on somebody. 38% hit on that guy. We'd probably still want to deal with that at range. Who's down there who's trying to attack in? Oh yeah, that's the bow. In which case, who's tougher here? 32 defense, 14 defense. It'll be easier to take this guy out. Except he's got the spear. Let's take a look at Ivy here. See if she does any better. Bolganon. We'd actually want to break this guy with an axe if we can, but I don't think I have one. But anyway, one mage each can take out these two. And then we just send in somebody else to take out the remainder. In fact, one mage can also take out this guy. Which means that we can one-shot something here with Chloe. She does not have a magic attack, of course, but... Oh yeah, I guess if she's on bow duty, that'll also prevent her from being broken here, which means put her here. Take this guy out. The main issue with that being where Seedall stands afterwards. So I get double. Now Seedall should actually activate now and then pull back out into safety. Because we'll definitely want Louis to be the one there. We could even come down here and just bomb out this cluster here, except of course for the hammer, which is a slight problem. Now then Chloe can get the kill in this position, Seedall can just pull back. He'll pull back here. And we'll have to take out the mages. No, save her to pull back up. Okay. Okay, we'll pull back over here. We'll be able to take out all the other attackers. Mages would be kind of in range either way, but we'll be taking them out, so this is a little more flexible. And let's see here. Okay, so we know Citrin will take out one for sure. Might have to take some punishment from the spear here, but we'll just have to deal with that. Yeah, we'll have to deal with it. We'll get Chloe over here. It's just not deal with the killer axe.
I can't retreat now.
Okay. Then we can basically go Ivy and Louis, take out these two. Ivy, of course, would have to stay out of bow range. It's the only thing. And the axe might potentially be an issue, but on the other hand, Citrin, I mean, she's not going to you don't want to do this, but we're just going to test things out. Yeah, nobody here will attack in. Which means if Citrina needs to take a hit, she'll just have to take a hit. .66 hit rate. Yeah, kind of too bad about that spear. But we'll see what the alternatives can be. Let's just check to make sure we know what we're doing here. My spear is pretty good. Silver Lance, so we get the first attack, might also work out just fine. We take out both mages. We have no magic attack incoming, and then these guys won't do a thing. It's just a matter of staying out of axe range for these guys. Although Ivy's got defense 20, she'll be okay. She can take care of herself. Alright, in that case, Citrin over here. And we'll soak the spear. We'll just have to heal her up. And it'll miss, so
Thank
works
you
for
for the
me.
dance.
Indeed. 44 attack, 35 attack. With the hand axe, so we should assume that she potentially gets both. You've been playing through this yourself. I've been enjoying it a great deal, Faywell, but I'm a long-time Fire Emblem player, dating back to Fire Emblem 7 on a GBA, so I tend to be a very slow player. I like to plan out as much as I can of a turn before I actually make a move, but I found the tactical possibilities in this game to be very versatile, just full of possibility. This is my first time streaming one of these, though. And of course, as with puzzle levels in Mario Maker, I play at about half speed when I'm also talking about my thought process, so it's been slow going, but worthwhile, I think, to preserve some of the crazy plays I've been pulling off along the way. Alright, so anyway, we can probably go Ivy down here, hit this, go Louis up here, and that'll restrict movement such that at most... no, she'll still be hit by 2. 44 and 35. What does this ability do? Neither of these can make smash attacks, so we don't care about that. They can make backup attacks, which is a potential issue. 44 is going to do 24 against her. 35 is going to do 15. So she'll take about 40 damage. I think she's going to be fine. Yeah, you kind of brute force it. Yeah, I still have lots of old school habits with Fire Emblem where I tend to be extra cautious because even though there is the turn rewind that's available now and has been for a few games, I try not to use it because I'm just accustomed to trying to do something really safe and defensive turn after turn. And however, this game has been quite good for giving you lots of possibilities when building very broken-seeming configurations. Anyway, let's see what I'm going to do here. I think if we kill this guy up here, and then get Ivy to fly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, she would still kind of stand in this position. But we would have to sort of diagonal here. No, she'd still take both attacks, which is not great. If she's doing thunder here, that doesn't do enough. Yeah, I think she'll just have to take some punishment here. Unfortunately, she takes 16 damage. That might be enough to cause some problems with the axe attack the next turn. One possibility then is to... I might just want to stand back with her. Or engage and use her ability to freeze both of these attackers and just make them a total non-issue. I kind of don't want to burn her engage ability just yet, though. It seems a little bit premature. So let me think about this. We can also always use the cannon. That doesn't quite do enough. I want to get the kill, but she'll be taken down by 16 potentially. That takes her down to 38. 24 damage and 15 damage is 39. She'll be just barely off what I need. Just barely off, especially with the backup attack potentially coming in, so that is unfortunate. We definitely need to take out some mages down here, though. That's not that negotiable. If we don't take out this guy, who can he hit? He can hit one of these two. That's okay. They can both sustain it. They can both sustain it fine. So we just need to kill the top guy for sure. So we might as well just take Louis in here and do that. And then she's coming in here. Hit. Louis comes in, hits. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's interesting to see how different the lineup is to yours. Yeah, as I've been saying in the past few streams I've been doing with this game, I feel like the way that this game is set up tends to much more strongly push the player towards focusing on a single core party rather than really bringing in a lot of reserves from map to map, at least with the difficulty tuning on hard. Because even the optional grind maps, if you choose to do them, are tuned to the top end of your party rather than providing an opportunity to level up anybody further down. And so I've been mostly sticking with the same core party for a lot longer than I usually do in these games. Anyway, let's just kill something. Yeah. Let me see what my other possibilities are, if I can maybe rescue her out. Potentially. Do I have a rescue staff? Not on these guys. I think I just need to leave one alive, unfortunately. But if we go spear, I'll be okay, I think. Because then the bow can come in and do nothing. Yeah, you know what? We'll just pull everybody we can. Let's see. Neither of these will pull, but this guy can pull. We can pull him in here. And then you just attack the top guy, like this. 37 damage. Yeah, we'll just do it.
And so your tale ends.
Yeah, you did too many of the extra battles and everything just scales. I've been doing the paralogs pretty much as soon as they come up. I haven't really been doing too many of the extra skirmishes. Unless I have maybe, you know, one guy at level 18 or 19 that I want to promote soon, for instance. Then I might do one. But that was, of course, much earlier in the campaign. I haven't done the skirmishes for quite a few maps now. I think we actually will go for the freezing strategy. We'll... except these guys, now they are only going to come in and hit Louis, so we'll just let them. Whatever. Very tempting to just come over here and drop Thunder here as well. Should have some kind of good play that I can make with her, given that I spent all this trouble getting her up here. Oh, you know what? I can just drop Dragonbane with her and just drop a heal, perhaps. Yeah, because currently I'm looking at this possibility here where I can no longer kill this guy anyway. And so we might just pull her back and have an extra attacker available. Or pull her over here so we can chase down a thief the next turn. Yeah, no point freezing these guys when I'll actually want to bait them down anyway, so... So we'll just send her up here. And, oh, actually, who's this going to attack? Potentially up here. Or we'll just drop a heal, I think. Although that's really just going to be from one attack. Yeah, let's come up here so we can attack the top cluster. I like that. Okay. Alright, now let's do the right side of the map. This is still my first move on this map, this turn. But it's been a long turn one. What is interesting is that the skirmishes scale with the party level, but as you can tell, the story missions don't. Yeah, they don't seem to. The paralogs have consistently been ahead of the main story by several levels, so I've been finding that the further I go and the more paralogs I do, the easier the main story missions have gotten. However, the chapter before this one in the main story was legitimately comparatively tough. Definitely the hardest one I've seen so far. Okay, we want to stay out of range of this guy here. Let's forget about the bows for a second, because we don't have flyers over there. We do need to stay out of the orb for the moment. And I want to pull this guy with Jean. And then next turn I'll be running my avatar back, if I can, so we can get a conversation going. I think. We have to pull him in. And he's going to have Thoron, which means that I don't need to worry about mistakenly counterattacking. Which means we should actually get... Who's physical and who's magical here? Lance... This... Yeah, we'll probably stand... either Jean or Pandoreo right in this cluster here. It's got physical defense 11, which is not great. We should switch him over to shielding art. And then he's going to be pretty rock solid against anything that gets thrown at him. And I think we just try to get in here and pull everything we can. And then we'll just attack into this cluster next turn. Bow here, radiant bow here. Yeah, we'll just dive in head first, unless there's anybody really critical we need to worry about. One thing to keep in mind is spell harmony. If we have a whole bunch of tome users next to each other, we might have some problems given how many of them have that skill or something close to it. Not too many of them do. Okay, we might as well just come in here and draw everybody in then. That is a lot of attacks. Let's just add it up just to be absolutely sure. Magic attacks, we've got... Oh, and we need to look at speed too. Speed 21. Speed is not an issue, everybody's slow here. Okay. But you got 3 points from this guy. 9. And then... What is it? 14, not counting the tome bonus or anything like that. And then the physical attacks... Yeah, no, he'll be fine. He'll be just fine. And we'll just get in here. And we'll just wait. We should be able to just take a ton of punishment, and we'll just get everybody else in a position to follow up on that. Yeah, because if this guy comes in, then we just snipe him off. And we're going to be okay on this end. I don't think we need more firepower on the left. We'll just hold the front. We might want an arrow over here to take out Wyvern Knight. That's the only thing, but we should be within range to do that anyway. And of course we have these guys coming up top. Yeah, we'll just cluster together. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just Put him over here. We might want Pendreo in the back here just potentially to operate the cannon. Right now he can't hit anybody yet, although the fire does have considerable range. So basically you can just group everybody up here and just be very careful not to hit the fellow you want to recruit. And so we'll keep him in the back. Yeah, just potentially have arrows going all over the place. Might even just keep him here. No, we'll keep him here for flexibility in case we want to push him up. And I hope I've calculated this correctly. You never know, because everybody's going to attack John, and that's a lot of stuff.
Death does not frighten me.
Anyway, he'll completely miss. 90% hit. Total non-issue. No counter, that's really the only attacker who will even chip him, apart from the hammer, so we'll be okay. That was a long, long first turn, but that's okay. We're trying to be relatively efficient. And yeah, nobody has a decent hit chance against Jean here, so he's just going to stand there and pull everybody in. Again, I will need to pull my avatar back. And we'll need to do something about that thief. You're just here for the treasure. Ah, that's the escape square. That's okay, we'll kill him. It tells me, though, that potentially we'll have another thief race on the right side that we need to get to at some point. Anyway, let's be really careful not to hit Linden if we are, in fact, using Pendreo to kill everybody, or at least knock them down to 1 HP. Seedall can come over here. Avatar can come over here. Then go additional 5 points of movement. That's going to be... how much movement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is barely out of range of Linden. I think we'll need to warp him. So we'll need some kind of staff user to potentially... I mean, we can use Pendreo to warp, of course, but... might not be a good idea to do that this turn. But Linden, since he has Thoron, can stay out of range of everything and should be relatively fine. Let's see what Pendreo can actually hit. Let's test this. Yeah, we do not want to hit the recruit. Also, these guys have tons of magic resistance, so... or... yeah, it looks like he's not going to do that much damage anyway with this. It'll slightly chip everybody, but... and set a few of them on fire, but for the most part, not actually that effective. It is going to be a magic attack, right? I'm not sure. Flame Cannon might just be physical. Attack 25. Actually, no, it's a standard attack 25. That's why it's not going to do much. We can probably do some kind of positioning trickery over here, though. To get this to work. Let's think about this. Or we might just need to resign ourselves to not recruiting Linden this turn. For example, by taking Ivy and Corn back here, and going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and potentially just freezing that cluster from moving. And if it's frozen, then you just don't need to deal with it. But you would need to refresh her to do that, and... Seedall and Sigurd can go anywhere on the map, though, basically, or they can go very far, so... shouldn't need to worry about that too much. Anyway, let's take out everything we can.
Whatever you require.
No, we don't want to fight the hammer guy directly. A thief is not going to be too much of an issue. Wyverns down here are not running yet, so we can just go over here. Probably longbow it. The main issue being magic artillery here. That's going to be attack 36. It will hit hard, but the longbow is not going to do that much here, in fact. However, my other bows will probably take something out. The thing about fire, though, is that they might obstruct movement if it's anything like Roy's fire ability. And so it's not just about the damage. We might actually be able to block everybody from progressing across the bridge. Let's see. I'm going to have how much movement here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or warp over and then talk. But then we need a rescue out of that, probably. Do we have a rescue staff? We don't really have another staff user here. However, it's a Trin. What's the range on rescue here? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not quite enough. Yeah, we just need to let him attack in, I think. And we'll just chip off everybody in the meantime and make sure nobody's on 3 range. And continue to block this location up here. Like, if we take out everybody physical, then just have 2 magic attackers here, we might be fine. So, for example, we just use Marin with 11 sword. That almost kills. Not quite. Always a little annoying when you just fall barely short like that magic attack. Pendreo would do it. No, Pendreo would not do it. He would be short by 1 as well. Anna would do it. With the axe. Or not. With the hammer. Not quite enough either. With Lucina. Not quite. Even with the rapier, not quite. There's some kind of crit that will do magic. Actually, no, you know what? Anna's within backup range to do a bit of an extra tap here. We might just be able to attack in and be fine. For 5 damage, we could do that. Or just burn him down completely. Flashing Fist. Wow, this guy's annoying. He's just consistently a little too tough. We just need to tap him out with somebody else. Like if we go Radiant Bow, for instance. That's close. We can also run over here. Seedall will get over here. Use the adjacency bonus, perhaps, to not kill it. Anyway, we can take up both archers, probably. Shielding arts, radiant bow. Okay. Let's think about this. Say Fagato over here. We'll just take him out immediately. Wow, look at that. 122 damage. That would, of course, kill. Let's see here. We could even trade off to Radiant Bow for 2 hits, but I don't think that will necessarily be the solution. In general, though, yeah, Anna could be pretty good. It's just that she's a little weak against everybody else coming in, including the orb, which we don't want to have too much trouble with. Also, yeah, you can totally go over the deck here, too, on the top, so it's not like blocking that position will do much. However, if you do this, then Silver Bow will just take that guy out. You still have to deal with the other mages being able to reach it, though. I think I like the idea of just refreshing Corrin. Coming over here and freezing a whole bunch of them in place, but obstructing movement probably just does the same thing. Like if you use Pandreo over here, whoops, and then fire in this location. Of course, not doing that to Jean, who... Yeah, this is definitely physical attack, because 25 attack just does not inflict anything on guys up front. Which means that it doesn't matter who we use to operate it then, because we don't actually want to use a particularly effective attacker on that. Like if we use someone like Okris, who has not actually been that useful, then we can just do the same thing. We'd want Jean to stand out of the fire, probably, but... You'll have the opportunity to do so just by, say, running around and tapping this guy, and end up just die. And you nuke everybody else. This is assuming that the movement obstruction actually does happen, which it might not. Stay on shielding art up here. Okay, we'll do it. I think I see a fairly interesting route. Okay. Now we drop this on everybody. Oh yeah, except of course we should have done this first because it only takes units down to 1 HP. That's okay. That's okay. We'll do it. The flames should have struck movement, which is the important thing I'm going for here. And because it just reduces everybody's movement considerably and would also do damage per turn, that would then kill it. And then we just shoot everybody down from here. Gato can go longbow down there, which means Anna can just go longbow. Or rather, since that sword guy coming in, 35. Gato should probably go up here. We need to deal with this guy up top, which we can. Pandreo would not quite kill. But yeah, with 10 damage against this guy, you would just try to kill him directly. And then this would stand back. Okay. Make sure we don't have a situation where he gets sniped from both sides. You'll wonder if you do a similar amount of mental work when playing but just never notice. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, like I said, I'm much slower when I actually just talk through the process. I also get myself into really complicated situations. Sometimes. Sometimes I also just spend a lot of time trying to set up something stylish. rather than something actually effective, which is just the way I play. What about over here? We got crits galore on the killer bow. This would probably just kill it, in fact, which would be good because then we just take out the top stacks over here. We'll do it this way, in fact. We'll take this guy out.
One strike. All in a day's work.
I've got like 60 to 70% crit on multiple weapons on Anna there, which works for me. Marin is going to be in a bit of a similar situation here with a chain attack. Let's just shoot him down, whatever. If he takes damage from the other side, well, so he does. Yeah, he'd have to stand here. Unless we want to break with the sword here and see what happens, but I don't think that'll do much. No. Yeah, we can always finish him off with my mage down here, so yeah, we'll be fine. We'll just shoot this down.
First one free.
I'm sorry.
Massive overkill there. Okay. Yeah, he's going to take some punishment from this guy, but not very much, because we've still got the speed advantage. Here, we can probably just do a 2-on-1 just to get rid of this guy, even though he won't move that far. Then basically you have bows that won't do anything effective. I suppose you potentially have 2 bow attacks against Anna, which would be the risk. Yeah, actually, no, we'll leave this guy alone because he can't hit anybody, really. And we should just take out these 2 instead. Maybe. Because let's say we have Marin attacking directly. Yeah, because he's going to have the 10 damage from standing on fire anyway, so... Although I'm not exactly sure when that gets inflicted. Like whether it's start of the turn or what. Or end of the turn. Yeah, because I don't remember when that damage is actually calculated, and that's kind of an important thing to see. And yeah, she can afford to take 24 damage once, and only once. Most of these guys are restricted from going any further. So we'll just use Marin here to hit, and I think she'll be fine. In fact, that's perfect, because you've got the backup attack.
Knight does it.
Which means I should just Pandreo over here and probably just hit just to be sure. Then you are reduced to still 37 and 36 against Anna. That's a little bit rough, but she'll survive it. I'm pretty sure she will. As long as we didn't miss anything critical. No, she'll live. She'll live. Let's just make sure this guy goes down. Just have to confirm it. I should be okay. Worst case here is that both of these attack in here. He's got a massive speed advantage. She should be fine. Is she on a bow? Yes, she is, so she can even counterattack. We just need to make sure there's no counterattack against Thoron. So yeah, Avatar will definitely pull back so we can, in a future turn, move over to the conversation. So won't be participating in this attack here. The other pieces, however, can do stuff. Let's figure out what we can do. Kill with a lance potentially will kill, depending on the crit. And then we can just hunt down a thief over there. These guys don't completely go down, but you can do something. A thunder attack down here would also just take that guy out. That might be the best. And then we need to make sure the bow goes down, obviously. And then we have, yeah, 3 attackers against 3 units here. We're going to be fine. As long as we reload her into somebody interesting. So, for example, take her down here. Might even consider using the orb, but who wants to do that? I'm not even remotely worried about a thief, in fact. We'll start moving Louis back, because we'll want him on the other side. That does mean Citrine here. Actually, how much can she do with the thunder? Just checking. Killer axe. We'll have to be careful. Yeah, we still have 3 attackers here, so we're in pretty great shape. And the incoming crit is not that much either, although, of course, if it does crit, then I'm in pretty big trouble. Given that it would be an additional 38, which is a little too much. We'll figure it out. I think I'll leave this guy alive, probably. Just this turn. Okay, so Citrine, I think we'll just get her down here and hit. Now heal him up. We'll see if we can draw in the sword using a javelin attack up here. Okay, looking good. Then Chloe and Lynn can come down here. Yeah, again, if I miss both crits and the enemy hits a crit, then we are not doing great. But however, the enemy's hit percentage is 6. So really, I shouldn't be worried. Really, we should just kill him. Let's see.
Hungry for more. A good wind.
Yeah, there was no way I was getting hit that time, so... Well, almost no way. It is Fire Emblem, and you can never take too many chances. You can probably go in and not quite take out this guy because his defense is a little bit high, but... We'll see, because Wyvern's not able to go over here, so... Potentially she's able to attack in, but I think we'll just run up. And... try to get my avatar in position for the conversation next turn. So... then we'll go instruct just to have some extra defense going. Just to buff everybody up belatedly when we don't even need it anymore. Yeah, attack 40 against 20. This is going to be just fine. Except, of course, the axe will break the lance, won't it? It will, but... I can't trust her to necessarily kill, so we'll just take it. And who knows? I mean, axe against 36 speed Chloe, I feel like the hit percentage on that is going to be extremely low. And that we're going to be just fine. Okay. Oh yeah, we still got Sword of the Creator here too, which means I can maybe even stand on fire and live to tell the tale. I mean, not stand on fire, but we can move up and try to get within range of something interesting. Just try to draw in a unit. We want to go up here, in fact, to put some extra defense on Fagato. Maybe even all the way up. Yeah, all the way up. That'll be to play. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, so the fire damage is inflicted at the beginning of the turn. We'll grab a speed wing off of the thief. That was pretty much the worst case that we predicted with Anna up top. That's a little bit scary. 28 attack there from that guy. That was maybe a little worse than I expected. Luckily, a miss on that 70%. But I think I had calculated she would survive those two attacks, so that did seem a little worse than I thought, though. Yeah, no counterattack with the bow, of course. And we're in good shape. Ivy and Corin can just kill the thief directly using Thoron, if she hits, of course, with a 78%, which is by no means guaranteed. Hell Thunder here. What's the speed on this guy? 16. Yeah, we're getting a little sparse down here, perhaps. Especially with the hammer that we likely don't want to deal with. So we'll save this guy for a moment. Oh, and we still have Chloe up here. Okay, great. Then we're probably fine. We can nuke most of these guys. And we also have the magic attack down here, which means... Oh! Use mounted weapon to attack the foe. How come we can't do that? Hang on. I assume that you just need a tome user there. No enemies in range. Okay, that's why. Alright, well. Why don't the enemies get in range then? Anyway, we still have access to the flame cannon if we want. But I think the priority will be to talk. We'll just run up there, talk to this guy, and make sure we have a plan to deal with all that. Where's my Seedall? He's over here. Yeah, he can always double up. I will move him back here, and we'll just attack into the top. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Let's talk.
You aren't fighting?
I suppose I should. Yet I find myself reluctant to spill blood for this broken nation. Look at me.
Why don't you join me? My army is working to defeat the Fell Dragon.
The Divine Dragon.
I know you're devoted to the Fell Dragon.
Princess Ivy is alive. As far
Oh, I
as
wonder
I'm
if Princess
concerned,
Ivy actually
where
could
she
have done
stands, my
the talk
devotion
as
has
well.
always been to
I didn't
the
check
royal
thoroughly with
family
every
itself.
Of course.
unit.
Lyndon, I may be getting on in years.
Yeah, she probably could have done the talk as well, but we know from recent games that they've been fairly generous about always letting the main character, the Avatar, do all the talking. Certainly wasn't the case with older Fire Emblems like on a GBA where the requirements would be a little more obscure, but anyway, the Sword of the Creator is going to hit. Might not want to deal with the counterattack. Oh, we can always heal up, I suppose. Or just rely on that 50%. I think we'd better play it safe until we know what's going on. Yeah, play it safe.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
We'll still be able to kill this with a lot of stuff, so I'm not concerned. None of these guys are going to get very far either, so we can basically take Jean and burn this guy down immediately if we can. 116 damage.
A slight
Might even
setback.
whoops, take Anna over here. And the crit should be able to take the additional point. We only have Thoron on this guy. Or... yeah, we only have Thoron on him. It's 3 range. And he's a little bit weak right now, so low speed as well. We probably need to get a proper totem on him at some point. But that's what the convoy is for, in fact. If we can grab something like Hellfire from the convoy, that's not going to do anything against these guys because the speed won't quite be good enough, but for future turns, that will be good. Because it's still a single attack, but you could at least start to do something interesting. Anyway, let's map this out. Alchris can probably just get the kill or close to it. Close to it, not quite. I wonder if you use Leaf. No, doesn't quite do it. He's a bit of a weakling.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, he can definitely do those required attacks over here, but I think I'll want to move him up. Or get Marin to do some work here. It's going to be physical attack, so if you go Dagger against this guy, Dagger will kill easily. But then you need to deal with these two, that's okay. In fact, let's just go Dagger right here.
You were a worthy opponent.
And then we'll use Seedle to refresh somebody up there. Yeah, I can probably get Marin to attack again, in fact. Because against defense 15, I think she can do it. 32 on 15, that's going to be 17, 17. No, not quite, but... again, Seedle can just reload everybody we like. And the longbow here will chip that down as well, so... you know what? Let's just kill this first.
Slashing more than
Okay. Reloading Jean is not a bad idea either. Yeah, these guys are all just totally out of range, so we're fine. We just need somebody to tap this last guy up top. Potentially.
come and get it. Goodbye.
We probably can do that. Because Seal can just activate Sigurd for tons of additional movement. Yeah, not quite good enough here. Now Pendreo might be able to just stand here and then go. Also, this guy, he can combine with Alchrist. Oh, I like that idea, actually. Let's just do that. Assuming that he'll hit. This 76% is not great, but it'll do it. And then Alchrist just stands here. And hits. Okay. Top side's clear. Still got a couple of hangers on down here, but we'll deal with that in due course. Pendreo might just come over here and get a heal off, but we'll see if we can do anything to make Fogado useful, for example, by going longbow over here, which would take that down quite a bit. %7 attack on that guy. Yeah, we're fine. He's going to try to make a run for it, and that will go about as well as you would expect. Got so many weapons to choose from.
It's tea time! I can't retreat now.
Okay. Ivy and Corin, again, can just attack up here. And we'll just hit that guy, and he'll do way too much damage. Let's take a look at the abilities here. Smash attack is not relevant. 44. Let's take a look. Yeah, she can't quite get enough range here to double up, but can potentially attack into this guy. We'll deal with the hammer last, I think. Or just pull this one up. 36 and 19. Yeah, we'll switch to Great Lance over here, unless... No, it's on sword. That's fine. That'll work just fine. He'll come up here, and we'll just kill him. Let's check speed once again. That's 16. We don't need to kill a thief this turn. We could just see level 12, level 10. Just gang up on this guy here. And that'll be nice and simple. Grasping Void. Yeah, Thief will just take out next turn. Better to just take out actual attackers now.
I claim this victory.
Okay, Fogado. Do 27 attack, can also do how much magic attack? 33. Which would double up against this guy against this resilience. That would be 22, 22. That's a little bit off what I need. However, yeah, a little bit out of position for that. Unless... No, that won't be enough. That's okay. We'll probably send Marin over, and Marin will do 32 with a dagger and 31 with 11. Won't quite get there either. We'll probably just activate Sigurd, I think.
Join me for one song.
And just activate one of these. Probably Anna and Lucina. In fact, they are likeliest to just outright kill. And then we'll do some kind of range check after. We'll just stand somewhere relatively safe. It's going to be 69% crit. I think that will do it. This almost guarantees to kill, though. But no, we might as well just prioritize crit. Unless we have any other advantages I should know about. Yeah, we'll just stand her over here, in fact, and probably make a run for that other chest. Okay, pretty smooth map. And then we'll just drop a heal on somebody with Pendro. Now we've got this whole Wyvern Knight down here that hasn't even been pulled either. Yeah, we'll just move him over here. And do a quick heal. Maybe there's going to be some kind of massive reinforcement wave, but who knows. Beautiful crit again on Louis. And yeah, we'll take out a straggler, and other than that, we'll be ready to pretty much move back. Somebody will need to attack into this one eventually. Obviously, Corin is a fairly natural choice. Ivy and Corin, rather. Lo and Lyn will probably want to refresh their power at the end of this turn, but at the end of the next one, rather, after current ability has been exhausted. Let's just go Citron on this one then. And that'll just straight up hit. Pretty simple.
Please forgive me.
Okay. We'll go down here with her. Now let's wait. And yeah, we'll stand at a spot and loot whatever is here. It probably doesn't matter too much. Really just a tiny bit of cash. And the doubles will disappear after this turn, but we'll drop them anyway just for style. Why not? And yeah, it looks like the expiry doesn't happen until the end of the turn, even if you reload her, I would think. So let's see what we can do with this turn. We've got 3 range on a silver bow, 2 range rather on silver bow and Elfire. We just tap them with 3 range attackers from down below. That seems
Alright.
fairly straightforward. Or we can just take out these guys first, which I think we'll do. Take out the bow, perhaps. We've got a lot of possibilities here. Radiant bow almost kills. Again, keeping almost. Silver dagger and Levin's sword both almost do the job. Peshkats with the crit would probably be most successful at actually taking them down, but again, Seedall can just get anybody doubled up, so I really don't need to fuss about this. As long as we get somebody who can hit. Would make a lot of sense, in fact, to just drop Pendrio over here. Actually, no. Avatar goes here. And then we have a bunch of adjacency bonuses in the mix. For example, we just go with Marin right away. And I'll probably just go to longbow here, which would then match up nicely with whoever fires from this position. Jean would not be able to use fire. Why not? Because Yuna has no tome yet. Yeah, it is tome dependent. That's okay, that just means we take this one out. And we'll just reload one of our units to take out the bow. After hitting with this. As long as it doesn't miss.
What a pain.
Yeah, Seedall can basically revive anybody he likes. Marin would do 31 against 11. 20 and 20. She'd fall just short again. Slightly short. But the dagger would do how much? 32? 34 on Peshkats. 34. Would do 20, 20, but so it should be dependent on a crit. You can also just use any of these weapons to potentially get a hit. 35 on that. Oh, that'll do it, yeah. Our avatar is in fact so under-leveled relative to the party sometimes just from not doing very much. Yep, we'll go dance. And move back into position. And we'll just hit. Wyvern over here is not going to go quite far enough, but you know what? Sword of the Creator can take it as 2 range. We can just do it. Except we don't want to take bow damage. Oh, what's the hit on that? 64? Now we'll just kill it. Really doesn't matter too much. Let's just do it.
As expected.
Okay. Pretty clean map. And Lucina with a killer bow will get her in a position. She's not going to do much with that this turn. And we'll, in fact, just start getting the whole team up there and running. Oh, should have actually healed him up with somebody. That's okay. Not a big deal. Let's switch back to shielding in case I forget. Let's not forget to grab the chest too once we have all this over and done with. Okay, 3 range attackers. Do we have any available here? They are not getting within range. Let's see here. Yeah, we need to be aware of the tomahawk. That's okay. We've got a pretty clear range marker on that. Yes, I think so. Not. I don't know why we have so much trouble seeing. Oh yeah, we'll take out that range indicator and turn on this range indicator. There we go. Chloe will just park here this turn, I think. And who can even hit? Marin could potentially push a unit. Except she's way out of position. Lyndon could also do the first Thoron over here and then be reloaded to do a second one, perhaps. Got 36 magic there. Let's check the speed. Yeah. We could reload him. Or we can send in somebody else. Anyway, let's move everyone back. And then a kill down here. This one's pretty simple.
Lucia.
And nobody's within range to do anything, so we'll probably just go. Yeah, what do we got here? It's just a physical attack. We definitely do want to take that out. We potentially have a little bit of trouble here if we don't succeed in killing one, so we probably want to guarantee it somehow. Which means we will make sure we don't take Seattle too far. We'll probably take Anna up here. Now let's make sure we can actually reactivate her. Yeah, we can. Let's check range here. Okay, this spot here. For reasons. I'll just wait in that location. And yeah, the Elfire attack is going to hit her away. She doesn't quite have a range 1 and 2 weapon. However, if you take that out first, and you guarantee... Okay, 36 attack. It'll hit hard, but it'll hit back. It makes more sense to take Anna over here and hit this guy. At least I certainly hope that calculation was correct. Because that's the silver bow, yeah. It'll hit hard against either of them, really. But there will not be a crit bonus because these units can in fact counter. And then we'll move Jean up here to prevent any other potential issues. We'll... Oh wait, he can crit against Jean, but it won't do very much because 36 over 32, yeah, at most 12 damage, whatever. Let's park right here. And we'll move all Chris over, just in case he turns out to be useful. We'll wait. And Zolking is going well. Hope you've been well. Okay, so this guy is going to hit for 36 down here. Yeah, we'll just camp here and bait him in. Which sword are we using? Probably... It's going 36 over here. And yeah, Sword of the Creator is deactivated, so that's okay. He's got 35 attack. That's going to do okay. Not completely kill this guy, but the whole idea is just to bait, so. We will just continue. Where are my remaining units? Okay, just these 3. Legato will pop the chest. Second seal. Yeah, we haven't been using a single one of those for reclassing purposes. We already have tons of class. Yeah, so we'll come over here. Liberation is probably just fine. Wormslayer might also be fine. Because then we'll have plenty of that physical effectiveness against the Wyvern, which, yeah, we'll switch to Wormslayer. I haven't really been using it at all because it usually doesn't give me enough type effectiveness to be worthwhile. And then we'll run over. Let's see if this works. That was a little scary, but I think we did calculate that beforehand as survivable, so. And that's exactly what we wanted off of this guy, and then we just kill the boss and we're done. Well, apart from these guys on the left. But that's okay, we can take those out too. They're really not a problem, I don't think. Yeah, because you got axe coming in here, that's attack 40. Okay, so it does hit somewhat hard, but we'll probably pretty much finish this turn, so. And she can also fire from this point here, which doesn't quite do enough because it doesn't double up. And in general, Citrin's a little low on speed. That's okay, we'll deal with that. We might not be able to kill both, but we can definitely nuke one. Yeah, we'll take out one. Let's see what's going on this side then. We can basically attack and do a beam with anything we want, as long as we have good defenders for the second attacks. We might not be able to do it this turn either because we're just a little too far away.
I'll manage.
That's okay. We'll manage. And there might be more reinforcements to come, but, you know, this has been a pretty swift map, so... In fact, Jean with a flashing fist. Okay, it'll be 45 attack, and then... Yeah, Tomahawk. It's going to hit pretty hard. 45 attack, and then if Jean switches over to flashing fist... His effective defense is going to be down to about 17 or so, so he does potentially get into a bit of trouble. Also, it's only speed. Well, his speed is going to be good, though. I think we can probably do pretty well here. Might not be able to outright kill this turn. But then, yeah, how much of a pool do we have here? Well, let's get some defense going. Possibly heal him up and just chain guard into the first attack. And draw a beam down here so we can properly fight. So the idea behind it would be to potentially get Anna and Lucina down here, for instance. Keep them on a killer bow. What's her resistance? Or resilience, rather? Even less. We could even just chain guard with Seedall. I don't know if that's very effective, though. I think we can do better. Yeah, we'll just keep her here. And who's got a good heal here? We'll just chain guard with Seedall probably. But who knows? Let's do this. Then we can test some kind of attack. Or, yeah, let's go back here. Take out these two. Does Citrin get to kill, or does Ivy get to kill, I think? Ivy's going to be on 15 speed, so yeah, we definitely want to kill this one first. To avoid speed issues. Oh, only 33 hit, in fact. That's not good. There's a possibility that we'll need to... yeah, we actually just want to bait one of them out, I think. Or bait them into two separate locations. Yeah, because... I can go up here, this guy can go up here. And we'll just probably stay on Elfire. Let's take a look at this. This hit pretty hard. But we'll be able to react the following turn. Just need to make sure that it doesn't attack from a flyers only square. Same with this guy. Yeah, basically I don't want to rely on the hit rate from this attack, because we could be in pretty big trouble if that doesn't actually go off. So instead we're going to pull Citrin back here and we'll wait. Or... no, we'll pull her back here. B22 there, that means we're switching off Thoron. Let's Maybe even go... Oh, that's gonna be fine. Speed 19, speed 22... Yeah, you're fine. We just try to bait them out individually. We'll also drop a Dragon Vein so we can heal back into this next turn. That should do okay. 36 attack into her. The speed is no longer a problem. Now, what was I doing here? Yes, let's... Mend for a couple of points. Actually, do I have... No, he's within 8 points. Let's see if I have anybody with the quality time ability. 5 HP restoration. You know what? Let's just do this. No need to double him up every single turn. Well, oh, he's got 1 point of... Okay, that's annoying. That's annoying. He's off by 1 point because to level up, so he can't use Chain Guard. Let's fix that up. Should have looked at that beforehand. Let's... Or he could grab a vulnerary off somebody, like trade him a healing item. So we don't need to spend the staff. We'll just spend the staff on 1 point, whatever. Big deal. Staves are cheap. Well, some of them. Some of them are properly short on supply. Okay. Yeah, because she'll only have the speed to do a single attack anyway, so that will shield perfectly. We just need to get everybody else up.
Your orders?
And Cloven Lin will be able to reload into something interesting.
Emblem, engage!
Again, we have to be careful with getting the beam down to under 50%, because what is it she does again is something rough. Yeah, the crit plus 30, so that does not matter if we are on... actually, that does not matter at all, because we'll have Chain Guard on, and she's only going to do a single attack. So we'll just hit.
I have my orders.
Now I have you.
Yeah, she'll be fine. The crit plus 30 actually does not matter against Chain Guard. We'll just burn her down with 3 attacks next turn. And hopefully take both of these out as well. Where's my... Louis? We'll actually take Louis back here in case we need some extra support against the... Wyverns on the left. And then we'll take Fugato up this way. So if this works... Get that 0 thanks to Chain Guard. Look at that. Nice and easy. We'll just kill her next turn. It'll be simple. That hits too hard for comfort, but next turn we'll kill them both. So
weak.
First of all, for style points, we want to try the artillery. Yes, we do. That in fact gets me 100%, so we'll do it. Just for fun.
I will endure.
And then we'll stomp this as well.
Rest now.
Okay, that's done. Yeah, everything else here is fine. We can always just step on the bond fragments for no reason in case we get some experience off of that. Linden over here can... yeah, with any initial attacks we want to keep at 3 range because of the Tomahawk. I don't want to mess around with that too much. Okay. Might do something. I'm mostly doing that just to get out of range with... you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can do something fancy here. Indeed, I believe that the covert ability on Leaf with quadruple hit is to potentially drop 1,000 gold. That's like a 10% chance. It's not particularly important, but
Emblem, engage!
I kind of want to see it. Yeah, because quad hit is just going to straight up kill her. It's not even a question. And then Alkris can do something useful for a change and get up to level 5. Do we want to do anything else to do some frivolous level up beforehand? I don't know if we do. You know, drop some doubles, which do nothing, and actually kind of soak up experience. Not really. We can get somebody else to pick up a bond fragment for some reason, but Seal can go down here. So, for example, you can just go down here. Seal can go down here. Just give him a few meager points of experience for no reason. Erin probably could have shoved somebody, because that's what she does. Oh yeah, we don't want to pull too many units away from here because I think that affects the chain attack. Let's just finish it.
This is my fight. I see you.
I deserve no less.
Oh, knees on a beam. Okay, pretty breezy. By my standards. We'll have time to do another map. Probably. After having had too many streams where we just had one map take 3 or 4 hours, we'll definitely stay on for more. And we'll try to be fairly efficient about whatever's in between. You'll notice we have not picked up anybody new when it comes to emblems for additional paralogs, so it may just be straight into another story chapter. It's been a long time since we last did 2 consecutive story chapters, in fact. So that might be a nice little change. Let's just loot the ship. We only have access to our own ship, you'll notice.
If I may.
And then we'll do all the unique dialogue, which is separately marked. And there is a pet to recruit in the corner as well. We'll see what it is. Probably just a pigeon or something. Some other seabird.
Thanks.
Anyway, Linden is in. It'll be nice to have a different mage available, I guess, but like I said, our main crew is more or less set at this point without a whole lot of adaptability around it. At least not yet. And we'll grab another seagull and then just get straight out of here. I love how you can see the weapons from the other ships though. In my current position, even though we're no longer boarding them. Let's actually take a look at this, because we see that massive magic cannon on that side. And on that side as well, so we just don't get to actually board those ships anymore. Okay, let's go. As usual, when I'm playing on stream, I'm not going to spend too much time in the Somnial. We'll just blast through it if we can and not fixate too much on the party configuration.
So, I've returned.
Yes, you have.
Are you all right?
Whatever has become of Elusia, Give Report is a little farther north.
Understood.
It's near the castle and the cathedrals. I will inform the others of our destination.
Now, this is assuming, of course, that we don't have a paralogue
Celica,
immediately.
Micaiah, Roy.
We do have to get them all back, of course.
We've returned without you, but we'll get you back this time.
Maybe next chapter.
Elusia. A return then to the land where we were separated from our fellow emblems.
If reunited, we can at last grant the power we offer once every 1,000 years.
We should discuss our other option.
Ooh, another option.
That is the far greater power only we know about.
Yes, if they all just kind of unite.
Yes, of course. The miracle. We could use that power at long last. I would suggest Lumera.
I'm probably reviving her as some kind of vessel. As an ultimate dragon. Who knows? We'll see.
I don't like this idea.
We've got many maps to go, and Ike, for that matter, doesn't like this idea.
We shouldn't perform the miracle.
I agree. The whole future.
Favor someone. We're talking about Lumera.
Oh, I see. They can dial
prevent
back
a
time.
tragedy.
That's what they're talking about. They're considering that they can just reverse time and
Please,
eliminate most of the story.
Those of us who were scattered in other lands are still learning all that's happened.
Some of us were at her castle. Some were not. So, we are not all in agreement.
Using our power every 1,000 years is one thing, never in all of existence.
The cost of doing so is not small. Of course, we are not all here.
Anyway, they formed their own little council, which is kind of nice. Sure that the DLC heroes are suitably excluded. But yeah, it's just one main map. We will go to the Somnial first briefly. And then we'll enter the port. Yeah. But over there, we'll do a couple of essentials. You know, cook one meal, maybe read some of the support, see if we have anybody who is close to camping out with their respective emblem. And we'll just make the rounds pretty quickly without spending too much time fussing, I hope. Every time I say that, I think we still wind up getting stuck here for way too long. And when I'm off stream, I do spend a fair bit of time just running around and playing with the inventory, so we'll try to be reasonably efficient. Fran will cook a meal. Yeah, sure. Oh, you know what? We should check our supports first. Just to see... Yeah, flea market is new stock. That's the only thing that's really too relevant. I haven't really been Minimaxing supports or anything. Just unlocking a few conversations as we go, so we'll... No one is tending the store, okay, at this hour. I see, so now you can buy silver, but it's extremely expensive, and we simply do not have the cash, so that's for people who like to grind. And I have, to this point, not determined the purpose of the fortune teller shop. As King, you're just here for the calm, methodical tone of my voice, and you know nothing of this game? Well, yeah. Well, no, I'm eager to get back to the actual tactical map. That's the kind of pattern we've established with the stream so far. I have been streaming this game for the past month, and I am maybe 3/4 of the way through at most. And so I do want to mostly show off the battles themselves, because that's really why I'm recording in the first place. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoy just dropping into the stream. I play Fire Emblem probably a lot slower than most people, but I do try to explain the whole thought process and plan out my moves meticulously, so this is something we haven't shown off on the stream, which is the fortune-telling shop only open at night.
Whose fortune shall I tell?
I don't think it has any real in-game function. I think it is purely just here for flavor. So for example, let's select Anna,
guide the way.
And you've got tarot cards that are basically
yes, good.
themed. There were side features like this in games like Awakening and Fates on the 3DS as well that served absolutely no purpose other than giving you something fun to connect characters together.
Whose fortune shall I tell?
And this is only available at night, so we just previously hadn't shown it off. Oh, whoops. Accidentally activated my camel here. Amazing that all of these animals can coexist. I don't really know which animal gives you what. I've never looked at any kind of guide about these systems, so we just plugged in creatures I liked, and let's see what happens from there. Okay, here's the new guy, Lyndon. Look at you here in the actual Somniel. He's heard of this place. Anyway, let's do what's needed. We'll basically just pick up bits of loot here and there, which are mostly just ingredients. Oh yeah, we need to check, as I said, supports, bonds. Let's see if we have anybody who's close to 5 or 10. John and Erica already at 10, and they've had a conversation. Seedal and Sigurd at 9. We'll need to level him up just to make sure he doesn't spend a whole next map sitting at cap. And let's do the supports. Have the characters make some friends. Here they are, a support in our main party.
No, this will not do. I must practice and strengthen myself. Only then can I protect those I care about. Good shot!
And then Chloe's gonna offer her some food.
What are you doing here?
Likely.
Are you lost?
Nope. I know I shouldn't have. Every time you have somewhere important to be, you...
Aha! You were worried about me. I'm sorry.
Don't be. Now I know what the big deal was.
Yes, that's right. As I said, I became a retainer through filial connection. I do some extra training every day to make up for that deficit. I wasn't trying to keep these sessions a secret.
I wish you'd just told me.
You would do that?
Sure I would.
Thank you, Chloe.
Besides, folk food tastes even better after a good bout of training.
She's not so enthused about that, I'm sure.
Who knew there was a way to make fish guts taste even better?
Anyway, a support on these two. The leading ladies who have been wrecking map after map together.
I have ringing ears and wobbly knees. Why?
Hard
did
night
I
of
get this
partying.
a second? Oh.
Prince Allchrist! You had fun this time, right?
I did join in
party
and
animal
tried to
monk.
dance. Well, I can only
I'm starting to
assume that
warm
I'm
to
incapable of enjoying any party.
some of the characters in this game.
What
I
makes you say
felt like
that?
it's one of the weaker casts, but
I had
in
no
what is otherwise
idea
one
what
of the
I was
stronger Fire
doing
Emblem
back
games.
there. Everyone around me was whirling and gyrating so effortlessly, and the howling. I do not understand why everyone keeps howling.
Ah, now I see the problem. Listen, Your Highness. There's something I forgot to tell you. At a party, you don't need to worry about what's, whys, and hows.
Really?
Yep. There's no correct way to dance.
So all of the cheering and dancing is...
Exactly! It's about getting lost in the motion.
I was trying so hard to understand the structure of the party. I was in my own head, not on the dance floor.
Let's give it another shot. You, me, a solid beat.
Wait, that's only the B support, right? So there's still some hard partying between the two of them to go. That's maybe one of the better ones we've seen so far. In terms of actually making use of some of the relevant character traits that have been developed. This game definitely goes a little older school in terms of having a pretty limited selection of supports, since mostly it's the relationships to the emblem bonds that are extremely varied across covering the entire cast. Anyway, let's head on up. Grab some oranges and peaches. We've got way too many ingredients for the cooking that we need to do, but that's okay. Anyway, just a couple of orders of business then. We will do the arena training quickly, because that is something that you can do 3 times. One of the few ways to really effectively level up the deep reserves of your party who have been languishing. And also one way to make sure we don't have somebody stuck at level cap the whole time. So we'll get Cedal and Sigurd to finish up their level 9 bar.
I'm Cedal,
just to get them over that
dancer
point.
of Solm.
I am Sigurd. You think to duel me?
And Cedal's going to do absolutely nothing. After a certain number of rounds of the characters missing each other, though, draws are possible, and it might even happen given the hit rate here.
A well-earned victory.
Nope, not quite. But I actually have seen draws before with characters who just completely fail to poke each other.
Tell me about the world.
For the emblem training, I don't think that particularly matters
to hear about far-off places
to their experience bar.
My world was filled with conflict and war.
But yeah, even though it's just a one-line exchange, I'm kind of impressed that they do have a separate line for every pairing of every party member with the available emblem characters. Anyway, we'll do the 3 training rounds with somebody way back in the party who is under-leveled. I've been using this lately on sometimes Yunaka, sometimes Jade, because we don't really have a great knight up and running so far, and her stats are also pretty abysmal. But we'll probably just put us on Jade about 3 times and then
Meditation complete. I am Diamant, Crown Prince of
see what she does. We've got a lot of underused characters all over. The nice thing about using this feature to level up the super high defense characters is that
have to write a book about this.
they actually can win. Well, get some of this. Fagado means in Hungarian. Yeah, so I wonder what else you would recognize, because basically we've encountered 4 separate kingdoms worth of characters so far, and each of them have a naming scheme. So the first kingdom was all characters that had French names. So you had people like, what is it, Chloe Boucheron, which is just a lumberjack. He's wearing an axe. You've got Céline, Alfred. Basically everybody's French. Diamant. Actually, no, Diamant's from the Second Kingdom, because the Second Kingdom is the one that has words that are all based on gemstones, since you're in the mountains. So you have Diamant, Amber, Lapis, Citrine, etc. And then Fagado's from the Desert Kingdom, and so I don't know if the other names with the characters associated with him also have any kind of Hungarian connection. But that might be interesting. Hadn't really thought about that, because I do not know Hungarian, but I did recognize what the naming schemes were for some of the other realms, at least. But it appears not. I guess he's the only Hungarian in the mix. Unless that's just a coincidence, but given that the localization of the names is very heavily thematic, I think that might not be. Anyway. Oh yeah, what are we doing? Yes, we want to continue training Jade just to get her closer to level 20, since we just haven't been taking her into battle. And because we've been lacking lately when it comes to physical defenders to do things like hold bridges and such, we've been a little bit short-handed. And the only other one who's really tanky is Brunette over here, who is already a great knight, but who we haven't really used at all since picking him up.
I challenge you. Face my iron wall.
Fire Emblem quite typically gives you far more characters than you need or want to make up for anybody who you lose to permanent death along the way.
Funny enough to write about.
But this game seems to go a little heavier than usual in terms of giving you tons of backliners quickly that you just don't really have a chance to keep on level with the top end of your party. So
I'm Jade, a royal
we're basically in
soldier
the
of
situation where my core team is way ahead of everybody else. Whereas in past Fire Emblem games, I've usually liked to swap around quite a bit. But yeah, we just want to get it closer to 20 because I like capping them out before promotion. You can promote any class from level 10, but historically I've wanted to maximize their stat gains. Okay, that's done. We need to cook the meal and also reveal any additional conversations that we haven't looked at so far. Yeah, we'll just do these. And then we'll get into the next map right away after that.
Here's a story idea. A group of close friends convene.
What are you talking about?
I saw consternation on your face and thought...
No use hiding it at this point. You're right. I'm trying to land on the theme of my next novel.
Well, there you have it. Write a story about a close-knit circle of friends.
How close? Do you mean a story where a circle of friends...
If you like, but I would be thoroughly satisfied.
You think I should write an entire novel about friends having polite, everyday conversations?
And she should call it Fire Emblem.
Louis, most of my novels have been built around this thing I call a plot.
Counter-argument. Is plot more important than memorable scene?
In Fire Emblem, it really isn't.
Enter late, leave early, they say. An enjoyable
very
scene
self-referential.
justifies itself without plot scaffolding.
The story idea is too simple. Huh. I think you just helped me crack this egg.
I'm pleased to be of assistance. I have high hopes to read your vivid rendering of... Oh dear, you're tight-lipped again.
No, Louis, that was... You are so blatant that it's genuinely funny.
Your eye for comedy...
Yeah, I'm not sitting through all the voice lines because I do read fairly quickly, so... But I try to let them finish phrases from time to time. Anyway, we'll get Jade to talk to all of her sparring partners, and then we'll cook.
I can't...
Prince Diamant, are you okay?
Am I okay?
It's an unexpected
Also,
honor
she has
to have my
one of the
storytelling threaten a crown prince's life.
more interesting support characterizations. That a lot of these characters are kind of spins on existing Fire Emblem tropes, but I don't remember having one who was
Which part are you on?
as
Chapter
explicitly
19 of The Adventures of
authorial.
Amber, the Deliberate Dummy.
Ah, so you're at the part where Amber just won the fighting tournament.
Yes, and he returned to his hometown to celebrate his victory. And then...
So she is one of the
Siegfried
more
rides his
interesting
mighty
characters
alpaca through the open fields
used
to
in this
dry his
game in
tears.
terms of
As soon
not just
as he
being a retread.
dismounts, his eyes finally dry.
This isn't just a funny novel, Jade. Tell me, when will the next one be ready?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, really? I think I understand.
Yes, that's certainly a factor. Lately, no matter what I write...
Ah, so you're in a bit of a slump.
Yes, I need to rest my pen for a while.
No need to apologize. I'm an eager yet patient reader.
Thank you very much. If I start writing again...
If anything,
I'm glad to hear you'll be giving yourself a break. Why don't I write the next book?
Huh?
I don't think that's advisable,
I
but
won't step on your work.
Advisable
It'll
rather.
be more
But
like,
You're serious about that?
you'll write a
always
paralogue,
serious.
I guess.
I'll let you know when it's done.
Yes. Understood.
Which I understand is probably a term that's fairly unique to Fire Emblem. I've never encountered the word paralogue in any other context. But then you have like paralogs and xenologues, which I think are just uniquely Fire Emblem coinages for different types of side chapters. Not quite prologues or epilogues.
Jade!
Decalogues.
Show me your skill in battle.
No thanks. I'll pass.
So quick to turn me aside. I have heard your strength has won you tournament victories in Brodia. Such strength is meant to be shown and used.
I didn't receive orders to engage you.
Jade, Jade, Jade. What I hear of your skill is so exciting. How can I earn the favor of this bout?
Anything. Would you be willing to answer a few personal questions?
Easily.
Research.
I need to round out a character for a new book I'm outlining.
I need only talk about myself?
That's right. And it sounds like we have a deal.
Anyway, got to see support going over there, and then that's it for now. Let's get back to the kitchen. It's a pretty large crew running around down there. The most recent party that we took into battle. Plus Sami running up in front. Okay, for Amazon cooking duty. She's kind of fallen out of usage in recent maps ever since Pandreo kind of took over as my lead healer. But we will, first of all, get rid of the previous takeout order. And yeah, mostly I've been trying to prioritize building supports with people that we haven't gotten to know. Let's see if Linden has anything interesting. Linden and Vander, we'll just build C supports with both of them. Let's see if we have anything interesting stat-wise. Peach cake, yeah, good enough. We've got tons of ingredients. Put some fruit in there. Fruit. I don't know if this selection matters, whether you need to match vegetable, fruit, and fish to the meal, but again, I haven't looked up any guide to this game whatsoever, so we'll research the systems after I'm done my first run, in case we ever need to optimize for a higher difficulty, like a second run of maddening.
I'm making this extra special for you, Divine One. Okay, so...
But we'll see if this is a
this,
disaster.
Then I do that. Now it should... Ah! It worked!
Hey, we got a support conversation.
I'd like to know how that was cooked.
Oh, this is delicious.
Let's take a look at rank. Rank A, not bad.
This lunch is for you.
We'll make sure somebody is packing the leftovers, which is just a 20 HP healing item, but you never know when that might be useful. Not that we use healing items very often, but sometimes they come in handy as in a bit of a pinch, so. Anyway, Vander we haven't really used since the early chapters of the game. So we haven't even talked to him at all, even though he's literally the first character you get. So let's talk to him.
Whew. I've hit my limit for training.
Excellent work, Divine One. I brought a hot towel for your fate.
Thank you, Vander. That's very kind of you.
I have also prepared a fresh change of clothes. When you change, deposit your dirty clothes into the basket.
I appreciate your generosity, Vander. Certainly you have other tasks.
My only
It really doesn't.
obligation
I
is
haven't
to
used him
you,
for a
Divine
single
One.
thing.
It has been my duty to wait on you since long before you awakened. Were you to assume my duties for yourself, so please, leave these trivialities to me.
Again, I appreciate your willingness to help me.
There is nothing in all of Helios to feel bad about. Now I must insist you change out of your damp clothes.
Yeah, we'll get the conversations down with Linden as well. I haven't really looked at Linden's skill set at all either, and we probably should in case he turns out to be useful.
Sir Lyndon, is...
I'm loath to admit it. For all my training as a royal knight of Illusia...
What nonsense. You are a sage of no small talent.
You're right that my mind is as sharp as ever. You're no spring chicken yourself, you know.
I will not pretend that I still have the stamina, but what I have lost in that regard, nothing is gained moaning about your age.
Very astute. I may be getting on in years, but...
There you go, Sir Lyndon.
Part of me wants to rest and relax, but you've convinced me to squeeze just a little more blood from this aging stone.
Okay, now do I also have an additional conversation with Lyndon? Yes, I do. Let's take a look at that. That will be the last one.
Are you ready to begin,
I think so, Lynn. But I do want to double-check one last thing. This experiment will somehow result in making people's lives easier.
Absolutely, Divine One.
Now,
What I learned by
to?
examining you, I anticipate very interesting results.
Quality sleep?
You dozed for 1,000 years. It's fair to say no one has ever slept more soundly than you.
Do you really think
Interestingly enough, this was
I
actually
most certainly do.
I hadn't
the original direction for what Nintendo wanted to do
sure.
I greatly appreciate
before
it, Divine
Satoru
One.
Iwata
The first
died.
step is to cast
Back
thunder
in
on you
2015,
a few
I think it was.
times. You'll grow numb to the pain soon enough.
2016.
But you're...
You know, I've changed my mind.
So many years ago now. I think it was 2015. But anyway, it used to be in the early 2010s that Nintendo was making some rumblings about kind of branching out into health devices like sleep therapy. And it was kind of a pet project of Iwata's that kind of died with him, I think, because they haven't really spoken of it since. It's kind of too bad because not that we live much of a gamified lifestyle, but to the extent that we'd buy into something from Nintendo that's outside of video games that would actually have some utility and would, moreover, probably be pretty interesting. Sleep therapy is definitely one way to go. But of course, we'll wind up streaming at these wee hours of the day instead. And I believe that's all we want to look at. The only thing is... let's just see what Lyndon actually does. We just have the Thorn on him right now. And yeah, he's got tomes all the way up to S-Class, and he can also carry staves, so we might want him on backup as a staff user. He's also got 2,000 skill points out of the box, which is really good because we can actually put some kind of useful skill on him. Whereas I don't think we have anybody up to 2,000 yet to grab anything that would cost that much. What time zone am I in? I've actually changed time zones over the year a little bit here and there, so it does change. It's not always one place that I'm streaming from. Just to answer that very evasively. Anyway, weapon insight, right, because this is the crit bonus that we saw. But only if you use a low-level weapon. And we don't have anything that's really crit heavy as far as tomes go right now. So maybe if we get some dark attacks like Nosferatu or Maya or something later on. Because we haven't seen a single one of those on my side. I think on the enemy side we've probably seen some at this point, but I feel like we've definitely seen a Nosferatu, but that being the kind of classic life-absorbing dark magic spell. And yeah, Spell Harmony, we have that on our other Sage as well, so it's a little redundant with that. Do we even have a Sage, or am I mixed up? Yeah, no, Citrin's already our Sage, so I think we'll be fine as is. I should probably start moving Citrin over to Bolganone rather than Elfire, just to get her to hit a little bit harder, but we'll give Lyndon a bit of a stand-in ring in case we want to sub him in at some point. We'll just put on somebody who has some magic and has an A rank. We haven't particularly optimized any of this stuff, with the exception of the ring that I had on Marin, because she has an S rank ring that gives me a positional ability. That being shove. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go to the map and let's play. There's a bunch of stuff we didn't do, you know, fishing, cleaning the rings, forging weapons, crashing in bed to see which friendly character wakes you up in the morning. But I'd rather do some tactics, so let's go to port and let's see what this next chapter will do. The dead town. Well, it's just about to get a lot deader.
I have returned.
Hey, Zephyr. How'd the report to Lord Sombron go?
Bet he was mad we lost the rings, huh?
Very.
Knew it!
They've still got 4
So
rings.
he's gonna punish us, right?
In fact, no. It was a scolding, nothing more.
That's all? Feels good to be appreciated.
Has Lady Vale woken up yet?
No. That spell you keep casting on her. We should dispense with the magic for now.
The spell will soon have a more stable effect.
What?
I kind of think
For
that
her
we
to wear. A helmet
recruit
imbued with
anybody
his power that will amplify the
from this
spell I
team.
cast on her.
It's clearly set up to be
Finally, I can
Mavier,
erase
but
the defect from existence.
we'll see.
I would like to have some good news for my next meeting with Lord Sombron.
Speaking of news, our warships ran into the Divine Dragon's forces. No luck stopping them.
Huh. Moving faster than I expected.
Yeah, only a matter of time.
Oh! Want me to buy some time?
Of course.
Let's
dear.
fight her.
So
Let's
good of you to volunteer.
pluck the
But I
ring
can't
right
have you
off her
going all
finger.
alone. Mavier, you'll accompany
we'll do 2
her,
at a time.
won't you?
Very well.
I don't remember whose rings they had assigned,
On my own.
You are good, of course.
because there's
but
been
you'd
some
achieve
rearrangement.
even greater success.
Well, okay.
We'll see.
All the more praise for me then.
Zephyr, I ask one thing.
All right, Mavier.
Then we depart.
We'll be back before you know it.
So it looks like we'll be reclaiming 2 out of the 4 remaining rings. Electra Dude, welcome. We're actually progressing in the main story for the first time in several days today, so...
Mavier.
Truly. But it doesn't matter at the moment. The 4 hounds are my family. Now we have a serious matter
As long as he
to
obeys,
discuss.
I feel like
what
we
Lady Vale
probably
said about
can
having
recruit
a
him.
sibling.
Right. That Dragonstone of hers.
Yes, exactly. We need to look into that.
But we'll see. We'll inspect the conversations carefully, just to see if anything to that effect is
Here we
available.
are. Give report. What's wrong?
This is a port town. It's typically bustling with people.
It's a
I see
trap.
someone over there.
Divine One, wait, that's...
One of the corrupted.
Vulnerable to weapons that kill corrupted.
Yes. And surely not the only one here.
You're right. They must have spread through the whole town.
I'm afraid so.
Does the Fell Dragon mean to destroy Illusia too?
All I know is we can't turn a blind eye.
No. We move on.
What? And abandon the people here?
We leave this place.
I know, I think
There
we'll
are
fight.
people in danger.
We will fight.
That's what we did at Flora, isn't it?
We got there right after the
Alfred just
attack.
backseating
There
from
were people to save.
his
Look around.
little
We're too late.
unused
Far
level
too
8
late.
position.
There aren't any survivors.
I would have wished nothing more than to help the people here. But with every passing moment, more lives may be lost elsewhere. We cannot waste our time on the dead.
This is terrible.
I don't think I could abandon a town like this, but...
You'd already recognize the choice Princess Ivy would make?
No, that was...
Thank you for your support, Divine One.
I don't think we chose anything.
Aw,
Let's
you're
fight.
gonna cut and run
Let's
just
fight.
like that?
Who's there?
I knew they'd come in.
Hello,
Save us
it's
some fun.
me, your old pal Marnie.
We meet again.
I really wish you decided to stay, but the Divine Chicken's afraid of them.
The Divine Dragon was thinking only of what's best for everyone.
Yeah, whatever. You guessed right. The port fell a long time ago. Wait, how's this for a deal?
I don't think so.
I figured. Worth a shot though, right? And don't worry, we brought lots and lots of the corrupted.
Tell me one thing first.
I need to know which
Please.
rings she
I
brought
need to
with
know.
her, so we can pluck them off her finger.
Vale. Is she all right?
That's not my question, but okay.
Shush, Mavier. Afraid we can't answer that, Divine One. Tell you what, when this is over, I'll whisper it into your dead little ear.
We'd hoped to learn whatever we could from the people of this town. But with no one left alive, we're glad to get the truth out of you.
So we'll see about this rings. I feel like there is, once again, some chance that we'll recruit Mavier. So we should actually see if dialogue is available with him. Although, of course, as a boss character, maybe we will need to fight him first.
Mavier,
anyway.
Take.
Well, which one does he want? I can't recognize
us to use emblem
rings on sight, unfortunately. I feel like one of them is Celica's. And the other one, maybe Roy. We'll see.
Nah, I just went ahead and borrowed a couple.
You did what?
I'll be what? Scolded? Punished?
Not
Besides,
if she loses.
If I capture even one more ring...
Even in that case...
Ugh,
and she will
skip
lose.
the lecture, okay? If you ruin my chance to shine...
Anyway, let's see what they're holding. Okay. First of all, how many units do we have on this map? We have 12. Again, it seems to be fairly consistent between most maps in the mid to late game here. We have tons of miasma, which means that Karn's ability will probably come in handy. It'll be like that previous map with the miasma. We just need to not fight there. Also, there will be a race to this house over here. Seems to be the one of the two that are available. Yeah, miasma is a pretty big swing in damage, so we don't want to mess around with that too much. Unless we have a good way to flood the place. This is a very spread out party, but that's because we're coming off the boat. This is nice, actually. Look at this entry point. We basically split into 3 squads across 3 lanes, unless we find a nice way to combine. Oh, look, new recruit. Zephyr. Looks like Alchrist can talk to him. And my avatar can also talk to him. So we'll probably make sure that Alchrist is able to step in there and talk to him on the first turn, and we will have a backup warrior. Just like my current setup here with Anna. Which means we should probably think about some weapons that we can trade onto him as well. Maybe with Anna as well, just to get some axes going. How's he doing for stats? And skills. Okay, so he fights well from a health disadvantage. Yeah, anyway, we'll recruit him. That'll be fine. We need somebody to get up here relatively quickly, and we'll step around to miasma to make it happen. So, Marnie is holding Roy. Mavier is holding Micaiah, which means that he's going to have the mass heal available. And what is he holding for staves? Rescue and warp. We need to be careful with that warp. Also notice that he doesn't have movement right away. He's going to be locked in a position until some kind of event trigger. But if he warps somebody into my back line, we obviously have to be concerned about that. Electro Dude, you're telling me to get him. Yeah, we have been doing so pretty consistently, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, who else are we worried about here, though? Basically, is anybody racing me to the houses? Is anybody a particularly obvious character to do that? Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's not. We'll definitely need to grab the worms. Anyway, we'll have 3 teams, basically. We'll need to make sure that they can run in and get out. Obstacles are impassable. Stairs, these are just stairs though, so you can potentially have one character get up here right away and then just pull back out. Nobody's even going to hit the space in the first turn, so we can stand there just fine, I think. As long as we have somebody who can fly there. So we basically have like maybe Seadoll and one character who can walk. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or just have somebody come over here from the bottom side and have somebody talk to Saphir from up top. We'll probably keep, once again, more or less the same main party unless we have a particularly compelling reason to switch. For the time being, it's a little bit one-dimensional to just stick with this team, but we've been complaining about that every single map, so. Anyway, Alcris will go up here. We'll have Alcris come down here and recruit immediately. Down here, I think we should actually start with flyers on the boat in both positions so they can get into the mix right away. So it'll be Ivy and Chloe. So we get them right into the middle. Somebody will need to be on the back line. And that'll be okay. We'll potentially put Seadoll in the back so he can activate Sigurd's ability right away and just get all the way up to the front. Maybe that's useful, maybe that's not. We'll see. Let's try to figure out who else would be a good fit for this position here. Maybe somebody who can actually fight at long range. Yeah, because we've got a couple spears over here. We draw units into position. We can potentially hit somebody with thunder at 3 range. So we could put Citrin back here, perhaps. And where'd you go? And we'll have a couple of frontliners. Let's see how we're doing in terms of magic versus physical attacks. Let's see here. It's mostly physical. There's the penetrating attacks from the Corrupted Worm, but it's actually pretty much all physical right now. So, with the major exception of Mavir holding Shine, which, yeah, because he's got Mikaya's Shine and Nosferatu, that hits really hard magic-wise, but he's not in range right now, so we're not worried about him. He's also got 3 life bars. That's okay, we'll just make sure that we have some kind of anti-magic solution, and again, we will need Corrin to really flood this place. Unless there's some kind of event trigger on a map that allows you to clear miasma, like if you go to the house or something quickly. Anyway, we need somebody who can do 6 steps up here to immediately take the house. That'll be somebody like... could be Fagato, could be Marin, perhaps, who can defend herself a little bit better. Marginally. Yeah, nobody's going to hit that location, which is good. Then we need a team up top to take this out immediately. That means high hit points. Also, Chloe, if we put it up here, she can get within 10 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe. She doesn't go quite far enough. Which tells me that we should actually get Marin to push her an additional tile, or Seadoll to reload her, because then you can get what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She kind of needs to get in this location. And with some kind of additional movement, she could probably take out the Corrupted Worm right away using Astra. And we just don't need to worry about that guy, we can just nuke him. I'd still want her to start in this position, I think, just to make sure we get flyers out right away. Citrin's a little slow to keep in the back. We might want Fagato in the back for the longbow. Although longbow's not going to do much against this stuff, so... And miasma slows everybody down. That's why perhaps we have no movement activated on any of this yet, or at least not on these guys. Or maybe they're just a defensive line and we shouldn't worry about them too much. So yeah, Alcris is up here. We'll want probably... Where is Ike? Louis and Ike. We want Louis and Ike kind of in the middle here eventually, because then they can use the ether ability to knock out a ton of stuff. Basically, we don't want to fight the foes when they're standing on miasma, though, so even if we have... what is it? Yeah, we actually need somebody to stand here on the first turn to take a hit from the worm, so the worm can actually move off the miasma squares and potentially hit. So Seven is going to be standing on something anyway. It's just going to be really hard to hit this guy, but we'll make it work. Probably... Yeah, we might want to rethink this. Maybe instead of having Chloe over here... Yeah, so Marin will go for that first. Louis and Ike do need to be up there, probably. And then we need some kind of really fast attacker to rush in. However, resilience 27, yeah, that's not great. We need somebody who can actually hit hard. We want Jean in the center, because defensively he's going to be our best option. Pedro should actually be the one in the back, because then he can heal from 3 range. No, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, we need somebody else to stand in this spot who will be reasonably fast getting out. Let's switch her over. Yeah, definitely Seedall here. Louis, Alchrist, and Anna. Because her low defensive stat isn't going to matter against the Corrupted Worm, and she can just step in there and probably use her crit to do a ton of damage. So I think that's the right approach. Yeah, Marin over here, Jean coming in through the middle. And then we don't want both mages on that side, do we? No, we're fine. We're a little heavy on physical attack up here. We'll just make sure we get another mage up there in the long run. Maybe. I don't know if we like that. No, that's fine. That's fine. There's a lot that we don't know about this map yet that we'll just have to see with experience in terms of how the movement is going to work and how the miasma is actually going to get cleared. So anyway, inventory check, just make sure we have enough heals in the box, and then we'll go. Men and rescue look okay, and then physic look okay. What else do we have on heals? Jean has 8 heals there. I think everything else was fine in terms of having enough replenishment available. We don't really have a good healer up top, do we? Yeah, we'll probably want to run Pendrio up then. Let's... Because we don't really have heals on the side. And we can kind of run him over as a ranged healer. Or even as somebody who can warp up front. We'll figure it out. This is all a... Oh, you know what? This is obstructed anyway. Wait a minute. You can't actually walk up there on that deck. Whoever starts in this position actually has to go down, so... Better to do this instead. And we would definitely still need heals up there, so let's see here. Yeah, let's maybe replace. Yeah, maybe Louis is not going to be too good up here then. He's mostly there for the HP pool. Because this will come in, this will hit at 4 range, potentially, for, what is it, 29 damage. You would need to keep him healed up. Or have somebody who has good evasion, which might work a lot better. Then you'd have a bunch of physical attack coming in after that. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Ivy can actually go up there and be our healer if she flies up to that position. I think that'll work a lot better. And then we're fine. Pendro will come down here and spot heals down low. Okay, I think we got it. I like this. Let's see the map and hopefully it works. We'll have the pre-battle save. Defeat Marty and Mavier. That's part of the condition. We'll have to rush them down. And also I wonder how Roy's ability is going to interact with Miasma here. Now, because Roy drops fire all over the place. Only 2 life bars on her, but that's because we always need the extra hit to get through holdout. To chip her down properly. Anyway, main story maps are not as hard as a lot of the optional stuff we've done so far, usually, so let's just make sure I've saved a current configuration and we'll start. Is this guy going to talk at all? Also, I didn't even think about using the cannon.
Divine one, the flame cannons. With those, you can burn.
Okay, we can do that. Good thing we have
Why the divine dragon
Andrea
dock
there,
here?
perhaps.
Guess I've got no choice but to cut my way through.
Anyway, first order of business is we're going to talk to get Saphira to
I'll
not
protect
do
you.
anything too reckless. And then Alchrist will not be able to do anything else from that position, so...
Prince Alchrist, I got Prince Diamant's letter about heading to Elusia.
I appreciate your coming here. How are you and the other royal soldiers faring?
The castle's plenty safe, but...
I apologize that we weren't able to return his body to the castle, but we will not bring further grief to Brodia's people.
You're a credit to our kingdom, Prince Alchrist. I won't let one more drop of proud Brodian blood be spilled.
Okay, so I didn't even look at the fact that we have cannons on all 3 sides here. Which means that we are going to nuke the worm right away on the first turn.
Here I go.
Except we won't because it's not standing close enough. We need to walk it forward first, and then we nuke it next turn. Because otherwise it's sitting on defense 20 or something ridiculous, which will not work. Yeah, so Marin can run up right away, that's not an issue. Let's mark these guys. And let's do a quick weapon check, actually, just to make sure we're not dealing with anybody who's got a really serious type advantage. Yeah, Wormslayer on Arnie and Roy, that's potentially important. And of course the 2 ranged spears that we'll need to deal with. Yeah, I think we do need to nuke this right away then, but we will see. Because the fire is still able to trap a lot of those units and prevent movement towards me, which should be useful. How many shots do we have on this? 3. 3. Okay, so we'll stick to the plan. We'll have Louis and Ike stand within range here and take a hit, because that will require Worm to move here to this location. Then we can fire upon it next turn, after pulling hike back. And that will allow me to get in there with, let's see here. With a big shot off the Astra, perhaps. So we don't need to worry about using anything specific with Chloe and Lynn this turn, but we'll figure that out. Yeah, also because fire would overlap this stuff, we don't want to stand on that yet. Let's just do this first. That's a bad idea. Okay, so we need to probably rescue her out. Luckily we have Citrin. That was unfortunate. But that's what this thing here is for. Let's see. As long as I don't hit myself with it, but that's okay. That's why we will pull her out. And then that will get her defense back up. Yeah, we'll definitely need to pull her out, I think. Unless we kill everything quickly. Kind of unexpected. That's okay, we can get Jean in there as well, too. Pop some of that for me. Wait, are all of them standing on miasma? This one is not. It's got defense 13. But 43 is going to hit pretty hard, but she'll be able to defend once we take out the other 2 units. So the priority should actually be to just kill these. Speed 17, I won't really be able to do enough with Citrin. Yeah, I think we need to pull her out. Let's... no, because of fire, we just need to hit these 2. I think we can do it. We hit like this. And then it will trap the other 2 units so they can't get close enough, I think. It might not. Yeah, that's gotta be it. And the purpose of popping this house is that the 3rd unit here does have loot. It's got the elixir, which is not that useful.
Yes.
And anyway, so these guys still kind of walk. So that's not too good. But we can pull some of them out, perhaps. So that didn't actually turn out to be useful because they can just walk through the fire. Or at least, like it'll impede their movement, but not by much. They've got 5 movement. This costs maybe 3 points to get through. So, yeah, we definitely pull Marin back out then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we'll just get her out of range of everything that's coming in. Play safely. Possibly hit with something from up here. We'll see. We'll see. This first guy here is not standing miasma, is he? No, he's not. So... yeah, it just affects defense, not offense. So...
say the word.
Saphir would be able to hit pretty hard and break it. And somebody else can come in and clean up.
Say the word.
Chloe, in fact, would just be able to pretty much kill. And then somebody would come in and try to hit her in return, which is not great. Who does this hit? Let's take a look.
Let's pray.
And go all the way up to here. You can trap both of the 2 units in the back. And obstruct enough that you can pretty much just deal with the 2 frontliners. which we should be able to kill. Problem being this guy, we can't really do anything about him right now. But we can probably create enough of a fire obstruction to prevent these ones from walking out. Which probably is the implication here, so if we drop this and just obstruct all the fire. Yeah, that's probably the intended move. From what the map is trying to tell me. With the idea that you're supposed to come in here as Saphir and probably tap that right away. We'll take care of it. Yeah, because that'll be a pretty reasonable hit. We likely messed up all this stuff down here, but yeah, we've definitely got to pull her out. That's not going to work at all. That's okay, we'll pull her. Good thing we have the rescue on hand. Or that would have been a major issue. Not having cleared up to that point. We'll get somebody to come out and attack. I'll try to bait them out. Because then, on the fire, you can sort of stand there. And take a hit. Let's take a look at his skill here. Yeah, he'll not be broken. Okay, Louis up here. And yeah, we'll not need to worry about speed. We'll just do things this way. This will pull out, this will hit. We're going to be just fine. I might even want to hit fire right now, but I don't want to obstruct its movement. I want it to come down here first. Do I want Saphir over there, or do I want to use somebody else? We can probably hit a whole bunch of stuff. For example, yeah, it'll just hit.
I've had my eye on you. I'm sorry.
I'll go Thoron against this guy down here, and that'll be something that does plenty. That might even just be able to go in. And if we take him down under 10 HP, then he'll just die to fire. Then yeah, that'll work pretty well, actually. If I'm hitting with Thoron, then yeah, it'll probably just die to fire, so let's do that. Just gonna hex it along the way as well. That should do it.
No other choice.
Once again, we forgot to account for the warp staff on Mavir, because potentially you could get units coming like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then attacking in, and that would be a bit of a concern, but hopefully not too much of one, given that nobody else is going to attack in that position just yet. But yeah, it's that 5 attack warp that we need to worry about. Which is why it's nice that we've blocked everything off with fire. That's pretty essential.
All right.
We'll leave Pendro back there. More useful to have the Avatar up here so we can potentially use the doubling ability with the Goddess Dance. Somebody will have to stay back here. And we'll probably move Seattle into kind of a middle position just to give us the most flexibility possible when it comes to doubling up on attacks. I think this guy's going to come in. I will stand right here. Then we'll stand her here and just remain in position until such time as I am needed. See how this goes. Okay, the fire actually only takes him down to 1. Oh, I didn't expect 2 orbs there. That is bad. That is really bad, actually. Yeah, that double warp might actually just kill me right here. Absolutely dreadful, in fact. Yeah, no. We need to reverse this. I didn't
Just to die?
look at this and see that it was a double warp. How is it a double warp? Hang on. Let's reverse it. Okay, we've got to rewind. I didn't understand how that worked. Let's... How does he warp 2 units? Teleports an adjacent ally up to 2 units away. How does he do it twice? Let's take a look at the log here, because that was unexpected. That's too bad. That's our first reset in quite a few maps. Corrupted uses staff, Mavir uses staff. So do we have 2 warp staves here? Or was that a heal staff? How did he warp 2 units? There's skill here that I don't know about. Oh, area of effect +1, that's what it was. Because... yeah, so he can actually warp a whole cluster. That's the issue. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that augment applies to the warp staff. So we need to redo the turn. Because these guys move way up. Hang on. How much of a mess did we make here? Let's see. Well, first of all, let's see what these guys do. It's going to be physical attack in both places. And... Brave Assist. Right, because the Brave Assist is one of the issues. Yeah, we need to rethink that entire blocking move here, in fact. Because they're going to get in and cause problems no matter what, especially because they still have their movement available. As augment range +5 as well, which means that it's potentially warping 10 spots. Maybe we just needed to run them away. I don't know. Anyway, a couple of these other moves are going to be fine, though. If we're reversing the turn, I guess maybe we'll know better than to pop this right away with Marin, but, you know, we'll live with that. It's the central cluster that I'm not happy with. So let's rethink it. Yeah, because Mavir warps 2. Yeah, I guess he warps an area, which is why you got 2 units. So anyway, we moved the bottom area. We had Alvarez, Marin, Figado, Pendreos, Drin doing the rescue. and Jean coming in here. That can probably all stay roughly the same, although of course Marin and Citrian might not be safe in that upper position. It's this attack in that gets you into trouble. You probably want to set up a defensive line instead. Yeah, and then up here, we don't need to worry too much about those positions. Let's go back to here, and then we'll redo the central section. I think that's maybe the best idea. And if we need to do a further reversal after that, we'll do it. But it does seem to be a problem in general, though, that like the warp into the middle is going to send 2 attackers into me, and we just need to wall off against that. Or have a chain guard. A chain guard might be useful. So maybe we want Jean available. Or have some other ability, like Anna going in with the bond. So yeah, we'll go back to this spot here. Then we'll rethink this. These guys can't do anything, but then these guys can warp 10 spaces. And of course we don't want Alchris to be hit by 2 either. Yeah, the problem was that they all kind of ganged up on him. So if we can find some way to prevent that. Like, you'll potentially have 2 attackers coming in anyway. Problem is also being doubled, isn't it? Let's see. Alright, no, the problem is the backup attack, mostly, in fact. Which tells me that perhaps we should be getting in here and just playing defensively. Playing defensively? Who ever heard of that? Let's rethink all the positioning then. Because you can basically just get flanked with this guy. And indeed, you can kind of see the range on his staff as well, which is... Oops. Look at it here, it's going to go all the way up to this location. So yeah, we just need to make sure we prevent having 2 attackers coming in at once, perhaps. Which maybe we can do. Just by standing back here, perhaps. It's going to be a little bit rough. Or again, Seedall with the bonded shield would do it as well. But we would still need somebody to activate the flame cannon on the next move. Yeah, because if you go bonded shield with Anna, then she can get into this position and she can still fight. So let's do that. And then Seedall can kind of pull back here as well. I don't even remember where I put him last turn. But we want to pull him back in case somebody lands within range of him. Back here. So Anna can go down here, drop bonded shield, and then whoever's here will be defended. At least once. So for example, if we wanted to go like this, who is best up front here? Defense 21, 18. Yeah, I think she's actually going to be best unless you got Tomahawk up here, which will still hit. 70% though, that's not really great. We can do better.
Simple enough.
Yeah, in the absence of Chain Guard, Bonded Shield is probably our best bet. Assuming that we don't have units just kind of work down here instead to attack, but I think we'll probably just deal with one unit at a time at most, so. We might even want to pull Saphir back here as a defender against Trin. Switch her back to... no, Tomahawk's fine. Or defense? Yeah, Tomahawk. Do this. We'll go with Ivy over here. We'll also go Dragon Vein in case we need to heal. Kind of like that. Then we'll go Bonded Shield with Anna down here. I feel like that was a very difficult one to see coming, but now we know. Let's see how it works this time. A lot of attackers still alive, but basically, yeah, the warp takes cluster of 2 units. Hopefully the first attack is going to properly defend it here. Anyway, their healers are going to go to work since we didn't manage to kill very much. 0% attack on that guy, which is excellent. Dual Guard is going to do its job, which means that we will be able to suffer through some of this. So, whoa, boy, that hurts. Yeah, so this warrior here, not really a tank. Warriors in general going to have pretty low defense, just given our experience with Anna already. But anyway, we survived. Saved ourselves some embarrassment that time. Also, this attack just totally whiffed, which is great because it means that we can get Seedall back here to probably fire on this location. Problem being that if he's there, we might not be able to hit this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chloe fly into that position. Yes. Fly over here, she can potentially hit with Astra. Let's just check. Not going to commit to this just yet, but you do have an anti-corrupted bow, which if you take out the defense, that should be able to do it. So we're going to go Seedall. Going to fire over here and just knock them both out. I don't know if we need full coverage of the squares here. Probably not. I'll just do this and leave myself a little bit of wiggle room to walk across with Louis as well. Who, even with that massive buff on the enemy, is able to get some work done. In fact, we might even just want to kill this guy directly and drop the fire up above instead. That's an idea. Let's make sure I can suffer through some of this. Yeah, in fact, he'll have enough defense to tank everything here. We don't need to worry about a magic attacker just yet, so... we have Louis come down here, and then we drop fire above him. And I think we'll be fine.
My apologies.
Well, this leads to a slightly awkward situation where you drop fire on top of the house, but okay, we do it this way. That's okay, because we actually do want people to try to attack into Louis just to see what happens. Oh, how come we can't do that? Oh, because we're way out of range. That's okay. No, this is the spot. This will just chip him. Okay, that removes miasma, which is good because Chloe can then finish that. Oh yeah, and Seedall can walk, which is great. We'll see what spot she goes to, but she will get to finish her. And in the meantime, we'll just knock out as much of this as we can. Yeah, that will do it. Radiant Bow. And Jean can kill somebody. Yeah, that's not an issue. We can even get Jean up front to pull some of the Great Knights over, as long as we know what ability this is. Okay. Well, let's not be too risky about it. We'll probably get Jean into this central position here, and then Marin can take one out as well. I think this will work.
That's how a knight does it.
And Fakato will still be within range of getting back to his previous spot next turn, so we'll just go for Silver Bow here, just for the 100% hit.
Just how I like it.
Okay, that'll work. And then Jean can get in here, although if we leave him in shielding stance, we'd be able to pull in the next set of attackers, which we do want to do. Just to get them out of the way quickly. And to do that, we would want Citrin to come in here and nuke. Doesn't quite do enough, though. But with the shielding art, that's 17, so we just, and it's got 0% in return, so we just need to hit this for 41. Can we do it? Let's see. Not quite. Kind of short on damage. That's okay, we'll probably just do things a simple way. Get Jean up here with the usual. And yeah, we don't want to stand him here to do that though, because he won't be able to pull the Great Knight. We'll see what works. Okay, so Saphir is actually a little bit weak. Now Pendreo can probably still chip a lot of units down though. Very close to taking out both of those, in fact. We might just do that, just to leave some fire. Or we can do that to continue clearing, which I think is better. Because you can start to chip away the next set. Assuming, of course, that we are ready to receive these attacks, which we'd have to do anyway. So let's clear. Yeah, we still have to watch out for that double warp, of course. We can't attack too aggressively without knowing what we're doing. But if we continue to do a bonded defense with Anna and Lucina, we should probably be in good shape. So let's keep things simple. Let's go Flashing Fist. we'll worry about pulling the Great Knights out next turn. Okay, that's done. Then I should be able to just put an adjacency bonus there for Citrine, in fact, if she's going to be hitting for that much. May actually work. Let's see. I'll just park here. Now that doesn't quite do it.
Just getting started.
But, oops. The Brave Axe here would hit pretty hard, so we'll do 2 attacks here, I think. Unless, of course, you can also do this. Chain attacks will also get a break. Yeah, we can do it. We'll need to heal up afterwards, though.
No one's gonna miss you.
As Zephyr also doesn't have a ring currently to rack up points. Yeah, because then we push forward slightly and do another bonded shield on that quad. We should be okay. Except, of course, we need to remember that Chloe is reserved. She needs to attack up top. But that's okay. We can still do a bit of a defensive line with bonded shield with a group of 3. We just go Alchris, for instance. Is this guy standing on fire? I don't think he is. No. But if Alchris goes down here, then also not quite enough. Wow, always just a little bit off. Thoron would do it. Thoron would slow her down quite a bit, though. And we also don't have enough damage to deal with this guy now, potentially, so let's think about this very carefully. Well, anyway. Potentially, we actually just let the warden go this turn? No, we shouldn't do that. So let's say... Yeah, I forgot Chloe's not available. We should have used her earlier just to confirm that. But Ivy and Corin might be able to get something done here. Let's see, first of all. An attack here, so we need something to break him. Let's see, get a lance down here. Oh, well, we can't use her. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we'll just hit this. Need 2 attackers on it. We'll need a heal on Zephyr, and just a bonded shield in this outside position might actually do the trick. Let's do it. Like we hit this guy. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So the idea that we're going for here, to do this, we go silver bow like this.
This is it!
I'm still alive? Huh.
And then over here, defense 19, that's okay. We can basically stuff Anna down here again for another bonded shield, or find some other way to cluster that up, like using Ivy to heal, for instance, some certain amount, or to just hit. Because that's a spear, that's a spear. Spear is potentially an issue, because it does hit hard. But nothing else is a ranged attacker here, which is important. Because it means we could potentially get over here, hit, and then do a bonded shield this way. 17 and 19. How much does this hit for? 33. So it would survive even one spear attack from this guy, which is kind of important. As long as we put a bonded shield in front here. So yeah, the idea is that we bond them both. We'll need to go with Dawn here and hope for the best. We'll take it. Yeah, Lucina goes bonded shield down here. And Chloe... This guy can't move anyway, so... At least I don't think he can. How many spots does she need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She'll go up here to that spot. Although if there's a warp in against her... I think we can do it. That will not even kill it, actually. So I think we actually just need to leave Louis there. And trust that Great Lance will do its job. Except, of course, yeah, that's just going to attack in. Louis will survive everything else that's thrown at him, though, so... In that case, we don't even need to worry too much about this guy, perhaps. Let's see what Astra can do on this side. We'll do nothing against Mavier. Interesting. You might be able to take somebody else out. And then do a bonded shield out of that just to block the position as much as possible. Or you could even drop the doubles. That might in fact be a great idea. And then you go back here with Anna and Lucina and drop the shield anyway. Only problem with that being that Ivy might be a little bit exposed. But I think that actually works. Let's take a look here. Go down here, you do bonded shield, and then Chloe in her current position drops a quad. And then everybody's just kind of obstructed there, which is great. Whoa, that it's hard. And then the doubles will steal experiences like the way they usually do, and then Louis will defend his position the way he usually does. Okay, Wolf Knights incoming, lots of reinforcements, that's okay, we'll be able to hold. Wolf Knights are not a problem, actually. They hobble the movement, but if Jean is in the shielding stance, you tank them just fine. What square is this? Okay, we'll get on top of this. We maybe won't do the visit just yet. Oh. I mean, we need to kill it. Hang on. Spear... no, because we'll take too much of a counterattack first. But if we use this again, it's out of range. We will need Chloe's ability then. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She'll go into the top position here. And then hit this way. And then that plus Louis will do it. Yeah, it'll have to be this.
As if I'd lose.
Okay, no mages up here at least. Not yet, so... one thing you have to be aware of, though, is if Louis does, in fact, activate a whole squad up here, which was the problem we ran into last time. If that happens, we just need to somehow ferry a rescue staff up here. And deal with... no, he's not going to visit this turn anyway. He's going to attack this turn, so we're fine. Except we can't use the Great Lance because of reasons. Silver Lance will do it, but let's... yeah, because Great Lance always attacks second. That's okay. He'll be able to do it just fine. We'll just park here. We'll go Silver Lance against this guy. That'll kill it.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Okay, that's done. Now we can probably use Seedall to get Chloe reactivated so she can attack him once again. And yeah, we're starting to thin out the numbers around Mavia quite a bit, which is good. In fact, Ivy and Corrin's ability would be able to free some characters if we need, but I think we don't want to use that just yet. We'll leave the worm in place right now and we'll just try to bait out as many characters as we can. To attack at once. Just to get the whole cluster in. Yeah, into shielding stance. Let's show off to shielding stance. Now 28 defense, it'll be pretty good. You'll have to take 11 and 11 from cavalry. That's assuming you pull both at once. Silver daggers will be attacking from range anyway. Stiletto will not be attacking from range, but Wolf Knight here. This guy here. We basically find some position that allows you to pull 4 attackers in. Which is probably going to be here, except we don't want somebody to stand in this position. We want to make sure we stand in a location that doesn't allow the enemy to park on top of the miasma. Although, of course, we could always just set some more fire. That's probably a better idea, actually. Just set everything on fire again. Even if it's not damaging anything, you can just remove some problem tiles in advance. Perhaps. Let's think about it. Yeah, because we basically don't want to fight against units that are going to be stepping on top of miasma while they are fighting, so... that probably means you want to stand here. Because then you have 3 units in, but none of them will stand on a square that benefits them. We'll shield. Speed should not be a problem. Glad I checked because it was 25 on that silver dagger. That could have been an issue. We can start to bunch up down there. We probably still want access to this. So Fagato We'll have 6 moves, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can just kind of get him over here. Marin can move down below, so we just have a bit of better positioning. Perhaps. We'll figure it out. We've got a pretty good cluster at this point, and we should be thinking ahead to attack into Mavir. So first of all, we go over here. Or we could pair Seedal with Louis up front. We'll need to heal Louis at some point, unless he has a... Well, he does have an elixir, so he can do that too, eventually. If there are reinforcement problems on top. But I think for now, we'll actually go this way. We'll allow her to go down and hit. Just continue building a defensive wall.
One moment, next one's mine. Save one for me, hungry for more. A good wind.
Okay, no issues over there. Then we can just kind of creep ahead using Anna's power to defend. Because we still got 2 turns on that. That'll be pretty good. Zafira will need to be healed up eventually, but we'll heal that as we go. Yeah, because the Trin can drop the heal down here, so let's then move Abby over here. She'll be hit with something. 35 attack. Yeah, maybe just draw that out. Yeah, that's okay. Go Dragon Vein. We'll switch off Thoron for speed reasons. And go Bonded Shield up there. Then the Trin will get the Mend.
Set me loose.
Zafir can stand up here. And Alchris can stand here just to clog the position behind him so we don't have a warp take us by surprise. And we have a couple turns active on Chloe still, which is good because we can take advantage of the backup attacks to do a whole ton of extra damage. And then that will be fun. Next is going to take this cluster down here probably. Although, no, I think we want Avatar and Byleth up in the center so we can do some kind of huge push in the middle. Maybe we'll need to have a couple of attackers down here as well. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, actually, like it. Bottom side might be a little weak, but we can bolster it if need be. And yeah, Pandreo. I don't know if he'll want to nuke this location specifically. I think Flame Cannon here is probably mostly outlived its purpose. But we'll see. We'll get him within range of going back to it. Because you can always use the bottom cannon instead. That might be more useful this turn. Oh wow, look at that rescue stab. Just grabbing the entire cluster. Didn't think about that. Okay, luckily the bonded shield is going to do its job. And we'll take out a bunch of incoming attackers. Yeah, Louis can take out the top by himself as long as there are no magic reinforcements. Are those magic reinforcements? Let's see. They are not. So Louis can just stay here and pretty much chill as long as nobody has an anti-Louis weapon. Those are not mages, right? Those are not mages. They will, however, hit somewhat harder because they are backup attackers that can do quite a bit against him. Luckily, he has Ike's power. And luckily, we only have to deal with 3 attackers at once because melee range. So he's in a bit of trouble up here, but that's okay. We will just leave him there and see how he does. Okay, a big cluster down here. We might have overpulled that a little bit, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, let's worry about that later. First of all, this cluster down here, we've got the 2 bosses. We can do some kind of big central attack. Probably use Ivy and Corrin to freeze the whole cluster here. Look at this, 51, 31 and a Great Knight. Oh, because of miasma, no wonder. Yeah, so we can't necessarily just have miasma there. We do need to probably attack in with Ivy and Corrin. Does she have anything at 2 range? She does not. That's good, because if we get Arnie stuck there, we might actually be fine. Notice that Mavir is also finally on the move. He's potentially going to actually run up against us. So, given that these 2 have massive range, we just need to mostly clarify where the worm is going to stand. And then we should be able to take out a lot of this stuff down here. Mostly. We're always so close to actually killing the thing we need. Let's use Pandreo for the bow. Like this. Catch everybody here at once. It does mean Marin might potentially get a little trapped at the back, but we'll do it this way. It's necessary. We might have wanted to get Marin out there first, but that's okay. Does soften some of them up a little bit, and of course there will be fire damage at the very end. So, got silver bow, you got radiant bow. Neither of them do too much. Now, Jean can also always stand here if you really want, but yeah, because you could kill that. These guys can still wander out of here, so that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind. We can still just continue to set up a defensive line up here. Mostly need to worry about the ones that are attacking in from range. We know that Citrin could drop some thunder here. Which is fine, because if we kill this guy, then we have some flexibility still. Yeah, 25. How much does she do? 26. Okay. If she hits, then it might be in decent shape down here. And yeah. We need to figure out who to kill, obviously. But I think we have options. Got about an 80% hit on Silver Bow, we'll take it.
I'd rather be friends.
Marin should be able to kill either of these. At this point, that's good, yeah. So who is the bigger threat? Probably the one on top, just for movement reasons alone. Because as long as the other ones can't reach, then we are fine.
Ooh, I just spotted a rare bug.
And then Jean is still able to come in here. Yeah, we only have one attacker potentially down here. And the other ones can't reach. And so Jean can probably just still stay in defensive stance and he'll be fine. And he can even chain guard. So for example. And then nobody's going to hit to the left here, so we're fine. We'll actually chain guard this turn. Okay, bottom's gonna be fine. How many attackers do we have here? We got Seedall. We've got a pretty good team here. I don't know that we'll be able to kill the bosses this turn necessarily, especially with Marnie requiring so many attacks in, but if we freeze for location... yeah, the thing is, too much defense on these guys because of miasma, but one thing we can do is make sure that... well, first of all, not Dragonbane, but if we... go engage, and we use Karin's ability to make a river, then we remove all of the miasma in that location. If we do that... oh yeah, we still need to deal with this guy down here. Then, after that, we can pull her out and do Thoron or something to... make sure that we freeze everybody in place. Then we need to take care of these two down here, which I think we can probably do. The main issue, of course, is that we don't want to deal with the corrupted worm at the same time, so... I think there's probably a way to do it. Let's see what we're capable of. And the idea would be that you would need... where's my avatar? And my avatar to... I have enough movement to come up here to... well, let's see. Because... she actually hit with Torrential Roar from range up here? No. But she can hit with Thoron there. The weak link here is that we need to get into position to use Byleth's power to get everybody to double attack, basically. In fact, if Ivy attacks twice, she should be able to freeze everybody anyway in two separate clusters. And then that'll allow me to get into position for the next turn and possibly use the river then. So for example, if she just goes here, 1, 2, 3. The only issue is who's about to expire. Anna's about to expire, so we need to make sure we actually do something decent with her before we run into tons of trouble. So, but yeah, basically we just use Ivy to lock down the entire party, and we're probably fine if we do that. As long as, I mean, it doesn't even matter if we miss the attack, right? So, main thing is that we would need Seedall to be able to reach her here. So we'd need some way to kind of pull her back out of position. See if there's a good way to do it. Because right now Seedall is slightly out of range, but if he uses Sigurd, then he's not. So the idea would be we engage.
Emblem, engage!
And he can go anywhere. So we hit this cluster, and then we hit the upper cluster with Ivy, perhaps. But with Ivy, we'd probably want to hit somebody that we can actually hit. Well, yeah, we hit the top, we hit the bottom. Yeah, we would need to hit this guy, even though it will not do any damage. Like we go Dragon Vein, no, sorry, engage. And then we attack with Thoron here. Freeze the whole group. This should work. It really should. Okay. That locks everybody down. Then we lock down the top, using the same kind of method. Only issue is that it will get you within range of Mavir, who will be able to do a double attack with magic 43 at best. And let's take a look at the skills here in case there are any particular surprises. 43 against resilience 25. That's going to be 18 and 18. She'll survive. She will live. Okay, so Sieg has to engage. Then we come over here and reload her. Yeah, this will definitely be it. And we need to figure out which position to get him in afterwards. Probably just back up by 1. Let's figure out where Violet's going, actually. Violet can go here. Yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, let's do that. We'll back him up by 1 spot. And he should be safe. And the Ivy... Oh yeah, there's a problem with that. Which is that I wanted the bonded shield. Anna, but that's okay. No, Ivy will survive, so... Main problem with this is mostly that Thoron's going to hit her, but if she actually just goes right next to this instead, then Brave Lance is an issue, so you don't want to do that. Also, you potentially have a problem with Warp dropping a unit in front. And even if units have 0 range, or 0 movement range, if Warp puts somebody up front, you have a problem with them attacking anyway, so yeah, this might not work. Especially with 3 charges and a Warp. We might need to kill Mavir this turn again, but he's on a miasma, so I don't think that'll happen. However, Torrential Roar will still be able to freeze everything. It's just that it won't freeze the whole cluster. And we probably do want to freeze these guys. So let's... Yeah, there's a bit of a weakness in the strategy, which is that the Warp Staff is still potentially a problem. Anyway, let's attack. Yeah, we'll freeze the whole party anyway.
Got a lot riding on.
Best bet might be to silence, if we can. Do we have a silence staff? We have one in a convoy, I think. I'm not totally sure. We do. Silence staff might be able to solve this. It will have a certain hit chance that we need to deal with, but also this could potentially just hit him. Yeah, that's not ideal. We should not have moved Seedall into this position because it blocks off Anna. But if we get Anna here and attack, then we can double them up and move them again. And that might be able to work. As long as we do some kind of transfer using the silence staff. We've got a lot riding on this. Yeah, let's do it.
I'll help. A little clod of demo. I cannot lose.
We definitely need to silence him, I think. However, he can't move. Nobody can move. So the only unit... No, the problem though is that if he does a warp staff, he's going to warp the entire cluster. We can't let him do that. The way to deal with this is to... No, he can't, because... I was thinking, if you just kill the unit next to him, then he can't target. And if he can't target, then he can't warp everybody. But he's also got one extra range on a warp, right? So that might not work. Because he basically just dropped the whole cluster on me. Anyway, we need the silence staff. There's no way we can do it without. What do we still have here? Spear, Alchemist Leaf. Yeah, we can basically move the whole team up. Move Violet up here. I wonder if Chloe dispels doubles if she can cast doubles a second time. Maybe so, because then she can just block off every spot. And if we set up a defensive line, actually, then maybe we're okay. Because you don't have ranged attackers that you're dealing with. No, because Arnie might still be able to get something effective here. We're going to do the Silence Staff strategy. We're going to pass the Silence Staff. We're going to use Violet's power to rejuvenate everybody for a double attack. It's kind of too bad that we'll be wasting the double attack, but have to do it. Because we don't have a staff user ready up there. I don't know if we have an alternate solution to this. There might be. Yeah, it's too bad that we'll not have an additional staff user, because if we had a silent staff available and we had Ivy's ability available to remove the miasma this turn, that would have solved a lot of problems. But failing that, or we just, yeah, that's not going to work. Just standing on such a safe zone. Okay, no, that's okay. We'll just move everybody up and attack what we can. Which is going to be pretty limited by the presence of the dragon here as well. But I think we need to do it this way. We'll engage, we'll refresh, we'll use the convoy to pass something on to somebody who is going to courier an item over to Ivy. That will of course have to be Seed All. Yeah, so let's get everybody into position then. We might want to do an initial firing over here just to see what happens, or take her down here to, unfortunately, totally fail to pull the dragon off miasma. Is this impassable? It is. Too bad. Because then we can't fire over there either. If I remove the doubles, maybe I can drop them a second time, and that might be best. I don't know if I can, because usually you wouldn't be able to. Like if they... I mean, any ability, you just be able to use it once, right? So... we don't want to mess around with anything anti-dragon. Let me just test my attack against him here just to see how hard he hits. 25, that's not good. However, any damage here might still be useful. Walker's and Leaf might be able to do something. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, because you've got the quadruple hit, which could do something potentially. Okay, so let's move him over here. Saphir is probably least useful here, so positionally though we might still be able to use him as a blocking piece in some fashion, so we'll just cluster people up together and see if we can prevent a warp from doing too much. We'll wait. I wonder if there's a good way to do this without running into problems here. Like if we just cluster everybody together really tightly. No, we have to do the silence just to be absolutely safe. That's assuming the silence will hit, which it might not. Yeah, tricky turn. Because the strategy that we're attempting just simply may not work. Let's go convoy. Where is this? Yeah, silence. Wait. We don't want to do that. Oh, okay. No. This is a problem. We need to reverse out of this because Convoy actually deactivates my ability to move this turn, which is an issue. I didn't realize that. Because then we can't reactivate, right? So... Okay, we need to redo this slightly, because we need to grab the convoy. Ooh, if the convoy doesn't work, then this move doesn't work. No, that doesn't work at all then. We would have needed to have somebody else grab an item off of me ahead of time. Let's... Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Not Seedall's item that returned it. Well, that's okay. We'll play through this turn. We'll see if we die to the warp as we expect. If we don't die to the warp as we expect, then we'll carry on. If we do, then we'll reverse back to this move here and redo this convoy move, which I didn't realize... I should have known this from classic Fire Emblem, but that's... Because usually if you trade an item, you still get to move. I didn't realize if you dig into the convoy and dig out the staff, that would expend the move. Because that would be a problem even if you use the convoy ability on the adjacent unit, which in this case would be Seedall and Sigurd. So I think we come up here and we just try to block this position as best as we can to prevent too many issues from everybody warping in at once. You don't want them to throw all the units over here at me. So we'll maybe do this and see what we can do. Okay, if I'm right, he's going to warp the entire cluster over, and they will attack me anyway.
Let us waste no time.
No, he's going to attack. That's fine. That's good. That means we'll live. Okay, we need to mind the backup attacks here. That's the main thing I'm worried about. We'll probably just go Elixir next turn and continue to defend with Louis. Oh, yikes. Double attack there. That's not good. Especially because somebody will wrap around the other side now. Yeah, no, he's gonna die.
I regret only.
Yeah, we need to back up. We need to back way up in that turn. Given that that was one of the first moves I made. So we messed up. I didn't realize the backup attack would double, but that's because that is an ability on those units, I think. And popping the house in the first place is a mistake, and then we now know that. We need to defend before we visit that location. Everything else is surprisingly fine. But we need to back up. So I'm surprised that this worked as well as it did, in fact, with Ivy taking damage here instead of the warp moving everybody. We do, unfortunately, need to do this again. Yeah, because this cluster here causes problems. So instead of Louis visiting, which is the first move on that turn, we need to redo the whole turn, but Louis's first move will be to heal up instead in that location. And he can always visit later. Now actually, before we do that, let's see who or what he would actually have looted from visiting the house. Nothing really. Draco Shield, actually. Draco Shield would have been good. But yeah, we need to defend and then we visit. That's the rule here. Okay, let's go back. Very unfortunate. Yeah, we'll defend. We might not even want to defend this location because the adjacent units would be protected by miasma. So we might want to step somewhere else instead, assuming that they don't just come in and destroy the house, which is hopefully something that would be better signaled. Like you just chuck into a corner, perhaps, and right there instead. Is anybody here going to attack from range? No. So we should be able to just step here and fight everybody. Like if they all come in this way. Then you just fend them all off. Oh, and you would need to engage as Ike anyway. That would have been a better idea, because then I can, if I get them all to hack around me, we can use Ike's power to drop ether on everybody. So for example, except if I use an item, then I won't be able to use Great Ether. So we want to use the... except if I'm not activating the house, then I can just maintain my current defense and I'll be fine. And then Ether would in fact heal me up, which is even better. So we'll probably move into this location right here. We want to maximize these surrounding units, but we don't want too many of them to be stepping in miasma. So this is probably okay. You'll have one unit that's on miasma, but just one. Well, maybe two. I don't think there's a good location where you'll attract them all and not have a unit on miasma, so we'll just have to do it this way. And get surrounded.
Emblem, engage!
Then we'll put Great Ether right here. We'll go Ragnall. Okay, that should work. Okay, well, let's do this part here again. We managed to do it last time just fine. Assuming that the hit chances are more or less intact. Yeah, going Citrin over there. Oh yeah, that's right, because we have Hero Pandreo first. Catch everybody if we can. I haven't had a map so far go worse than having 2 resets. We've had 2 resets on this one already. Let's hope there are no more. Okay, Marin can hit one. Jean can remain in a defensive stance. And yeah, Fugato and Citrin combined to knock somebody out. That is the way it worked, I believe. Yeah.
Now this outfit needs a
Or rather, they knocked out 2 separate units. That's okay. Yeah, it was actually Fugato and Marin who... no, Marin should be able to take one out by herself. This one is the one I was worried about. We'll get rid of it. I think that's roughly what I did. We didn't really calculate it properly this time, but... Yeah, because then Fugato might not really have accomplished anything. That's okay. We'll have Chain Guard and Sean. I think Fugato just probably stood back, which means that Citrin probably should have remained available up top instead. That would have been a little more helpful. That's okay. We'll move him. We'll leave him here, actually. He's most useful here. Should, in fact, have considered using Marin down here so Fogado can take out the other guy, but we're fine. Okay, central cluster. Let's figure out this move that we did previously. I think doing the double Thoron against the enemy to freeze them both out is actually the right idea. I did confirm that it works.
Emblem, engage!
Yeah, it totally works. If anything, we should have attacked the top first so we could... We should have thought of that, actually. If anything, we should have attacked the top cluster first before the bottom cluster, because then that would have allowed me to get out of attack range. But the more you know. And this time we'll rethink the positioning with Seedall as well, because then we can get in there to do the bonded guard with Anna and Lucina.
Join me for one song.
Yeah, because then we can pull him back. And I think that should work. And then we go back this way. Yeah, back this way. Probably, nope, this way's good. Ivy and Corrin, and go up here. And go Thoron down the middle.
I've got a lot.
Freeze everybody. Then Anna can get up there and do a bonded shield. Zafir can actually do something useful, perhaps. Alchris could also potentially do something useful. Yeah, Anna and Lucina can go up here and shield. Alchris can do this. And just get the kill. It's one of the characters most in need of leveling, so this will work.
This is enough. I'll apologize later.
I almost think that we might want to take the opportunity to pull the dragon out. That might be a bad idea, though. There's not really a position for doing that. Yeah, in fact, let's not. Let's first of all just move all of my characters here. Also, let's grab the Silent Staff in advance this time, so we don't run into that problem. We definitely want the Silent Staff to be available. In fact, yeah, I should have stood next to Seedall to do this, so I could trade it immediately. That's okay. Yeah, I don't think Chloe can do the double trade, but that's okay. She'll sit somewhere else instead. Yeah, we don't want to take any damage in this turn, but we can maybe do an attack here, and then... She doesn't have the bonded shield up, though, so maybe we want to keep her back for the moment. And park her up here. I think that'll be best. Because then she's also within shield range, and then Zephyr can also get within shield range. Okay, Fugato can then just hang around. Maybe move one spot in just to keep his range flexible. But I think the idea is that if I want to use him to go back on the flame cannon instead and use Pendreo up here for something like a heal, we have the option, so I'd like to leave him here. Okay, let's hope this works. This time.
Let us waste no time.
Will he attack? Yes, he will. Good. That's 17% crit that I'm a little worried about, though. That's okay. No problem. Nobody will do any damage. Actually, they will still do way too much damage because you've got 4 attack on the backup. How does the backup cut through armor that well? Okay, that still doesn't work then. He needs to heal up, for sure. Okay, completely messed that up, man. Everything else, though, should be preserved as is. We just shouldn't mess around so much with Louis, because for some reason his defensive rating is not defending against the backups. And I have no idea why. I mean, they attack twice, but then why is the physical attack ignoring defense? I don't understand that calculation. I don't understand how the backups are calculated in the first place, because if they're doing 6 damage per hit, and they're doubling up, I mean the speed definitely matters, but then why is it reading his defense as only 30? See, that's where the miscalculation is happening, is that I'm taking too many hits from the backups, since I don't know how that number is determined. Everything else with this move is okay, we just keep losing Louis because we don't understand it. I haven't been able to reverse engineer that formula, and I haven't looked anything up, so... Okay, for the first time in the game, we will need a 3rd reset on a map. It's okay, we're getting in a late game, maybe that's not unexpected. We'll try it again. We'll move Louis last because we know that's the move that's giving us the most trouble. So, same idea. We'll do this area first. Hopefully our hit chance doesn't run into problems from all of this. Yeah, this is it. Also, we know Pendreo, or rather Fugato, might be able to get kills now, which is good because we should actually get 2 kills off this move using that properly. Now that we know how this is going to work. So, does Pendreo kill both? He should. Given that they both have the same resilience. Yeah. We'll actually make a slight improvement here, too. Or what I think is a slight improvement.
That was cool, was it not?
Assuming I didn't overlook anything really critical. Make a couple of little optimizations.
What a pain.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, we'd still probably want Citrin in there, so we don't have to stand Jean on the fire. And Jean can probably just continue standing here. I think he's fine. Everybody else will be relatively trapped. Okay, so now this part of the turn. Same idea. Like I said, we can probably hit the top first and then hit bottom, and then we'd be in a safe position. But I kind of wonder at this point if we want to be in a safe position, because if Mafir is unable to hit me directly, he might actually prefer to use the warp. And that would mess things up. Like, I think I actually want to stick with what I know for sure works. Even at the expense of taking a bit of damage. We need to make sure we engage first. We probably should have taken the opportunity to experiment a little bit, of course, but...
Emblem, engage!
Okay. Same idea here. We'll pull him back. Now this time we might as well improve what we were doing with the convoy as well. That would probably means leave down here.
I will protect everyone! I can't believe I did that.
Maybe positionally that could be improved though. Oh yeah, no. I was thinking about it in terms of passing the staff to see it all. Yeah, no, we probably do want to do that. I'll freeze the cluster. Same idea. We've got a lot to go on this map. Then go Ana Lucina to do the chain guard. And we'll just bunch everybody else up. Then we trade. Do you want warp or freeze or fracture? Yeah. Silence, I think, is probably going to be best. Freeze, I mean, we have ways to do freeze already, so maybe we'll grab freeze. Because we already have a freeze strategy. And yeah, we'll go Zephyr up here. Rolling Lin up here. And bondage shield down here. Now we're not going to get too reckless about diving into the middle of nowhere with all the backup attacks. Double backup is a real problem. Let's see. It attacks twice. Yeah, we'll just need to heal up. And make sure we don't get hit by too much at once. And just bait them out one at a time. The other issue was that when I switched to Ragnall, that reduced my speed substantially. I think that still runs into issues, no matter what. But that's why you get hit by that quad attack, for instance. All the backups everywhere. I think we just need to move back a little bit. Potentially even move down. And just let 2 units attack into me for now. It's going a little too ambitious trying to pull everybody at once. So for example, we can do this. And we can engage now, because we'll need it. Oh yeah, because no, when you're engaged, you also have the issue of everything hitting you 100% of the time, which... That's okay, our avoidance is so low anyway, that's fine, that's not actually a problem.
Join me?
But then, what we have to do is, first of all, we equip an appropriate item. Yeah, let's go Ragnall again. I think that's still fine, as long as we don't get broken. That might have been part of the problem, is if we got broken by lance or something. Nope, just axes all around. So let's load up cautionarily. Still have potentially 4 units coming in, but it won't be a total surround, so might be fine. And Jean will be the last one here. We go chain guard with him. You know, I think at this point nobody gets hit. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait.
Let us waste no time.
Okay, same idea here. As long as we don't get hit by a crit. Okay, a lot better this time. That is still going to do that 6 damage there, we don't know why. But the crit will work out pretty well defensively. And the defensive arts there will also do their job. Yeah, hopefully we can take long enough to actually get Louis to stand there and grab loot off the house, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't.
This isn't so bad.
This guy even going to bother to walk over? Yeah, he will, but... That's okay, we'll save the ether. And maybe just hit this with Ragnall instead, so we can chip them both down next turn. Okay, now we probably have to freeze everybody again with 2 attacks from Ivy. That would be totally expected. Main issue with that is that now we actually have a bigger cluster than we had to deal with before. However, if Ivy uses Torrential Roar, I think that might actually still freeze everybody in the appropriate column. And that would potentially resolve a lot of issues. We'll have to try it. Because I think the attack should actually freeze. It just is going to freeze around Mavier. And actually, we can make 3 moves with her because we have access to both Violet and Seedall. So this should work. Let's try it.
I've decided.
In fact, that hits the whole line, and it will freeze everybody in that area, which is terrific. Yeah, except this guy, but we can take care of him separately. If we take care of him separately, we need to do it with somebody who is able to withstand the Corrupted Worm after that, but I think we can do it. Anyway, she'll need to stand here. We'll need to stand units accordingly. Seedall is probably going to be in the back. Let's take a look at Alchrist. Probably Alchrist over here. Unless we... Yeah, that's still probably doable. The longbow's not going to do much. We need to reload him too. Maybe have the quadruple attack from that point. Let's see what's doable
Sorry
here.
you're stuck with me.
No. Anyway, Bilo's going to need to do the central cluster. Seedall will need to come over here, reactivate Ivy, and pull back. That means Anna will have to go here. And given a crit, that's probably what we want to do with her, but we also want her to burn the boss if possible, so that's okay. The more attacks, the better. The more the merrier. Yeah, I think it'll have to be this. She doesn't have a longbow or anything. Okay. So here's how it's going to work. Where's Seedall? Activate, pull back by 1. And then she'll have to get some kind of big attack down, and then we reload her again. Probably in this position, because then I can get Chloe in for another attack, and then reactivate her too. Yeah, that's going to be it. Dance. And pull back. I wonder if she should have been the one we used for this. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Sort of changed my mind to that at the last moment, but so we'll wait. That does mean that All Crystal Leaf might not necessarily be that useful this turn, but if they get in here, is quadruple attack available from this location? No, it has to be in melee, so. Because if we do quadruple attack, then we situate them here instead. We can also do Thoron and this guy to freeze the last attacker. That might be something we consider doing as the last move. Once we move everybody out. Let's see what we can do. Dual katana. None of these weapons are going to be too good against him. And Thoron can be done from a distance. Thoron is actually the best, and we can do it from a distance, so naturally that's what we'll do. Yeah, I think that has to be it.
First one's free.
I have failed.
When we take him down, then we stop worrying about the warp. Yeah, Chloe and Lynn will go here. We should actually check Zephyr as well in case he's actually useful. But of course standing here is probably a pretty bad idea with him. Oh, he's so close to being useful. 1 point away. Once again, we do want this active, just to watch the range. Yeah, it'll have to be Lily and Lynn doing their thing, and then yeah, potentially Marnie and Roy doing that. So yeah, that'll take him down. That'll be good. We'll take him down cleanly for the first bar. Yeah, I think we just don't touch Marnie this turn because she's got a 1 range limitation and she's frozen right now, so Best to leave her as is. So why don't we do that?
Save one for me! Do you mind? Save one for me! You're like a storybook hero.
Now, it would be too bad if we don't have the correct turn timing to grab the Draco shield off of Louis up above.
Forgive me, Emblem.
But yeah, we'll go over here. We'll just stat reduction on him. That will potentially do a little bit of damage if we need a killing bow, but probably not something we want to deal with just yet. Gotta remember this guy down here too. This is going to be a potential problem for a couple of our units. Speed 24, it won't kill necessarily, but it's going to do some harm. So let's engage first of all.
Lend me your strength.
Switch to a ranged weapon probably, like Sword of the Creator. And then we'll go Goddess Dance. And we probably need to burn down Mavier this turn. I think that will be the idea.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Okay. We know Lyn is going to take down one bar. In fact, reloading her with the Seedall is also going to take her down at one bar, which means we should be able to guarantee to kill Mavier with no problems. Which means that Ivy would be free to freeze this guy using a ranged attack from over here. Thoron on this unit, so you freeze the whole squad. Yeah, because Chloe will just be able to kill directly, I think. And consistently. It would have been 80% on that chain attack. That worries me a little bit, but then she's got the crit on the Killer Lance, so maybe no reason to worry. Yeah, she's engaged right now. We want to maximize her power. Let's do it that way. Unless we want to free up this location for some reason. Let's take a look at this in case the bow does any better. The bow does quite well. The main issue with that just being that it blocks off Alchris from doing anything interesting. Let's think about the position. We can do it from here or from here. The argument for doing it from up here is that it allows me to potentially burn down Marty and Roy. It takes them down to... Is that 10%? 10% HP or more at start of combat. Yeah, okay, so it's at start of combat. And 10% is 6. It's going to be tough. Because you actually need to burn her down pretty much all the way to make that work. Because the holdout is the main issue here. Now we still have a couple turns left on Ivy at least, and that's going to be the critical piece of the puzzle here. Because she keeps everybody trapped. Yeah, no, the idea though is that we want potentially to use Anna and Lucina. Except that will not actually do enough damage. Doesn't have the type effectiveness against armor, which is what we need. Because of that, I think might actually be a better idea to get Anna and Lucina to be the ones to attack into this guy, because well, even with one crit rather than 2 crits, so that would not do enough. That's the only issue. Let's think about this. Let's go with what we know. Let's burn down this guy and play as safely as possible. And yeah, Seedall, if you get him into this position, you can pull him back out. So that'll be effective. Let's do it this way. Maximizes our chances.
Do you mind? Save one for me! I'm ready to dig in. I can't retreat now.
Okay. Yeah, best way to kill him is the Seedall dances. And then we go with Chloe and Lynn again. Because we know that will work, for sure. The question is whether we do it as a bow, which then opens up room for me to land an attack against Marnie and Roy from this position. Like, for example, the Thoron attack we were discussing earlier, but we know that Anna will not be able to penetrate. Which would mean that we need... Ivy. So basically, if we have an alternate way to kill Mavier, we should use it. But there's no rush. There's no rush. I mean, the only rush is that it's only this turn that we'll have the Lynn weapon set available on Chloe to potentially attack into Marnie for general, but she is going to be vulnerable to a lot of magic damage, but we just do not have a lot of magic damage in our current position. I mean, we have Ivy, but for what that's worth. Yeah, and Ivy will actually be able to burn her down twice as long as we have somebody doing the additional tap after that. Which makes me think that we should, in fact, get Ivy to attack for this turn. And then get someone else to attack into here to take this guy out and then sustain damage from the worm if I'm able. We'll see if that works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it means that in the interest of leaving options open, we should play like this. And I certainly hope it works.
Next one's mine. Do you mind? Save one for me. Next one's mine.
Alas.
Okay, plenty of buffer there.
I failed.
Brave Lance, okay. Kinda want to keep it on her. Got speed 36 with that, is pretty decent. That would be a quad attack in most circumstances. Now, Hurricane Axe, we haven't really gotten much use of it from her yet. Iron Lance, speed 42 is the main reason to keep it, but we haven't really had a reason to use it. Killer Lance is available. Let's send Iron Lance out. Brave Lance might be really useful here in a pinch, so. So yeah, we can burn her down immediately. Let's see if anybody's on heal around here. I don't think so. If we can kill this guy, for example, with Anna and Lucina, with the double crit, yeah. And then what else do we need to be aware of when she's at low HP? Adjacent foe in an area 3 spaces wide. Yeah, as long as we don't put anybody beside her, we're actually fine. She can't even swap in at this point, so. And 34 attack does not matter against the defense here. So yeah, we can probably just attack into this guy, and if she misses both crits, then we're in trouble, maybe, but she won't. We'll get it. Okay, we're in great shape now. We're in fantastic shape. Because it means Ivy and Corrin are now able to come in with this attack and burn her down to 1, which we need. We just need to do some kind of poke damage next turn, and then make the same kind of maneuver, like poke and then damage again. So, tempted to just kind of walk here with a tomahawk, but of course we don't want to be that vulnerable. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have anybody who's got the range to hit her this turn, but we'll move the other guys up and maybe tap over here with a longbow just to see what happens. Now, assuming no surprises, the only thing will be Dragon attacking into Anna, knocking her down by quite a bit, but I don't believe anybody else should be able to reach her, so. At this point, we just take the bottom cluster and we should be good. So, who wants to kill here? Fugato probably could benefit from it the most, level-wise. We'll just try to set that up. Dagger is going to be a little bit better here. See what she does. She does a lot. And it's going to be pretty much equivalent, except she'll take a ton of punishment in return, which is not ideal. We could always just burn down with a flashing fist, which would be instant, clean, efficient. Yeah, in the interest of not taking damage, you can actually go... Let's just kill him. Is there an additional attack I can do here? Yeah, actually, you can just drop more fire. It just does get everybody else a little bit stuck in the back, that's all. Maybe we don't want to do that right away just yet. Or maybe drop up here and just make sure that Citrina's out of the way. That might be best. But Citrina would need to get out. And yeah, I'd probably just leave her out here instead of fighting. In case we need her for a rescue staff in a very imminent turn, we actually do want to kind of leave her in position for that. Fugato can just go over here. And Silver Bow looks like it will be the best way to go, so we'll do that. Great. And then we move the other two up, and we should be fine. Nobody is anywhere close to this area, so... Zephyr has not done anything for me, really. Let's see how badly he gets hit by this. I'm not going to make this move, obviously, because he'll get killed, but... Yeah, he doesn't do a single thing. Tomahawk would actually do it, but... I'm not in range to play with that right now, so let's park him here and be done with it. Okay, let's see if this turn works. Complete miss, great. 37% in that, in fact. So we're going to do something risky, and we're going to activate the house again with Louis if we can. Although it means we'd have to delay by 1 turn if we do that. Because the whole idea is that I want to loot the Draco Shield off the set that he spawns. If we do that, we have to not only freeze Marty in position, but probably go through the whole rigmarole of taking out everybody else. Do we really want to do that for a 2 defense item? I don't know, but it's tempting. Also, yeah, she gets hit like crazy here, but she also does hit like crazy, so I feel like a combined attack down here would actually be useful. Of course, everybody would just a massive hit. Absolutely massive hit. This will do nothing. Yeah, so I think if you have Marin and Citrin going for a combined attack, you do 10, and then you would need 44 on top of that, which you don't quite have. Yeah, you'd be short by 1 attacker. We should consider that if we have the attacks to spare, because I think we can easily take down Marnie this turn. Particularly with 1 magic attack from Ivy. We'll poke her first. If we need to evacuate somebody out of position, we can do that. But we should hit her from range. We shouldn't fight her in melee, I don't think. So one possible solution, for instance, is to get Alchrist in there. This would be a terrible place to stand. Let's stand up here. The idea is to freeze as much as we can, so we'll come up here and see what we can do. And I plan to win this turn, so we can. I will not deal damage. Not good enough. Yeah, so who can actually deal 1 damage against her? The Tomahawk was the solution we saw earlier. I think we'll just do it that way. And then 1 reactivation of that will be enough to take her down.
First one's free.
I'm impressed.
I don't know if we have a way to get the Draco Shield off of the house. I think we'll pop the house's Louis just to see. Oh. Okay, Emblem Roy is active, but does that affect anything? She hasn't dropped fire yet, so I think we're okay. Because Ivy would still get her down under 10%, which is the important thing here. Yeah, under 10% means that you can just tap her with an additional attack and she would just fall over and die. In fact, Hurricane Axe would be able to do a magic attack against her as well, which potentially gives me what I need. Unfortunately, I just don't see the Draco Shield play happening. Unless we go... So we don't necessarily need to use Seed All down here. We can use Seed All up here, which means that we could potentially make this work. In fact, Seed All can run all the way up here. Which means that if we activate a certain... Like, if it spawns everybody in this position... then potentially... we could, in fact, run units up here and get the kill. Main thing is to not neglect, you know, actually killing her in the end, which is kind of necessary. I think before we do anything else, we better tap her with Ivy now. Because the spawning position here worries me a little bit. You'd activate Ragnall, and then you would need to get the kill with somebody. I think it can be done. We'll do it this way. And if it doesn't work, then yeah, the positioning is kind of bad. But who's Draco Shield guy? Yeah, Draco Shield guy unfortunately is on the wrong tile. But if we can get Seedall to go over here, unfortunately he's out of range. Yeah, that's too bad, because if we were able to get somebody to kill that... we're not using Ivy, obviously, because we need Ivy down here, but... we should have saved Louis for a push attack, actually, because the problem is that the guy who we want to loot is standing on the Miasma Square, and we don't have an answer to that. At least not a very good one. But instead of messing around, let's make sure we can kill first. And yeah, we'll see how this does. The 7 attack concerns me a little bit. Worst case scenario, we just don't manage to loot Draco Shield and we try to kill the dragon instead. Just to do something useful. Yeah. You know what? Xenol's going to override. Which will do nothing because he's weak. And he can't fight my asthma guy. 31. I wonder if we can use Leaf and the quadruple attack to get rid of this guy even with 31 defense. That's a long, long shot, but like, normally you'd be looking at something like this. Let's say we have a massive attack here. Quadruple hit would be pretty sensitive to defense, so wouldn't really work. Ideally, you'd want somebody to hit this guy, such that Louis can do a push and get this guy out of the miasma. Once he's out of the miasma, then you'll be able to hit with something else. Like with the longbow over here, but I don't see that happening. Because you'd need a Seedall to evacuate him. It's the thing, we're short of one good push. Yeah, I think Draco Shield's just not happening. Activating the house is coming a bit late. Either that or we try to freeze everybody here. We can still do that, and we delay by 1 turn. We kill the dragon. We might have some issues with this corrupted attacking into Saphir. Who's frozen right now? These two are not. We basically need to do an attack in this location here. Freeze these 3. Knock out the dragon while not dying to this guy, who's going to do 37. Yeah, he'll live, but not very comfortably. You need to kill this guy for sure, then. It may be doable. We've given up on so many optional objectives. I actually do want to make this one happen, if we can. Oh, wrong character. Who was I looking for? Yeah, problem is that this one is also miasma, and so... And it is going to attack in and hit pretty hard, so... Might not be doable. Because he's got the massive defensive buff, and he's also out of range of any of the freeze attacks from... What's her name? From Ivy. I think we just go for the kill. And we just try to take out everything else we can. But it's going to be tricky. Anyway, who wants to take out the dragon then? Let's say... Do we have any push weapons this thing? Yes, we do. We have Iron Blade on Byleth, don't we? Steel Blade, rather. In which case, if we can... and did we have a warp staff on him somewhere? I think it was on something completely different. Let's see. Where's Pendreo? Yeah, he's got a 5 warp staff. I think I had a 1 warp staff sitting in the inventory. If we do a 1 warp staff... Who's my only staff user is Ivy. That's not good. Oh, it's too bad we don't have a second staff user then, because then we can do a massive warp. Okay, so we could warp over here. We hit with the Iron Blade, we use Seedall to reactivate Louis, and then we kill. But that requires a staff user, and it also requires Seedall, and we do not have a spare staff. So far as I know. Yeah, because none of them can use it. Oh, that's too bad. We're so close to being able to do this. Our guys are all out of position. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. It's too bad. So close to happening, but you know, this spot here is just such a pain. And this guy getting in the way here is also a pain. So just still trying to puzzle it out to see if we can do it, but I don't see the path. Was she already on the last bar? Yes. Okay, so we'll just get a kill with somebody. Doesn't really matter who. Let's just gang up on this guy. Won't really get a poison kill off of this, unfortunately.
From me to you! Oh no!
Yeah, understandable. In fact, let's get the adjacency on the support. That might actually be useful. Also, that's much less of an attack than I thought I had. Oh yeah, because we were at thunder range. Okay, here it is.
First one's free!
The chain attack is kind of nice, but it's not enough. If, however, we put Fugato over here, possibly we get some kind of chain. No, we won't. Where's Erica's power here, anyway? Okay. Given that anybody here can probably just tap for one. No, I just don't see it. It's just out of range. It's so far out of range. If we had Celica or somebody already and we could use Warp Ragnarok just dropping on this guy, that would have been a solution to so many problems. Yeah, because right now we're just one tile short as well. If we could move him somehow, even slightly, some kind of push. Yeah, the problem is that Seedall is actually out of position. If he had wound up in this position instead and gone up, we'd actually be able to walk over to Louis and reactivate and have done something at least. Let me think about this. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. We'll just kill what we can. We'll use Alchris for something. Possibly even the quad attack on a boss, which will hit for sure, and will actually get a kill. That would be a good finisher. Then we'll go Anna down here then. Get whatever we can. Yeah, with a crit, that might actually kill as well. And yeah, we'll just mess around a little bit.
Allow me! Flashing more than straight power!
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just one Draco Shield. And it's kind of too bad because we've started to miss some optional objectives here and there. From things like weird spawning positions or timing just not lining up. You know, this cluster is frozen. If we can just kill these two. Or even, yeah, Ivy's already been used, right? Yeah, but Seedall can reload her if she comes up here and freezes this guy. And if we kill the dragon, then we're actually fine, potentially. As long as we kill this guy as well. We might still have a path to do this. Remarkably, we might still have a path to do this, but yeah, because if Seedall reloads Anna, you need to kill both of these though, and that would be a problem. And you would need Seedall to reload Ivy to get the freeze, which is again a bit of an issue. However, Chloe, if she is over here, no. Just falling a little bit short in every respect. What we can do is we can do 2 kills as Alchris just to power level him a bit. First of all, with this one.
From meeting you!
So pathetic.
And we'll go quad attack with him. To potentially try to roll for that 1,000 gold bonus. Okay, so he definitely gets enough damage off of this, right? Yeah, 3 damage, and it's not dependent on the backup, so. Because that's just one of the weapons that will hit. that case, we should actually attempt to kill some other stuff. That doesn't quite do it. Maybe with the blade to do the push. Let's see if we can find how to do it. Where's my steel blade? There it is. It should push, right? Just going to play with this a bit to see if it works. Actually, no, because it does no damage, it doesn't push at all. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we can't really get any additional kills here, unfortunately, I don't think. Might actually just be done. Yeah, just a little off the longbow range there. Yeah, we can't actually kill anything at this point. I think we'll just finish the map. And that'll be it. Took way too long kind of sussing this out. We had a bit of a record 3 resets here just because of all the chain attacks on Louis up top, which I still don't really know how to calculate, but let's finish it.
Whatever it takes. By a bunch of weaklings. Oh no, this is...
Anyway, I'm going to power level him up quite a bit. Got a goddess icon at least. Good luck. And that's it for the map. Not perfect. Very far from perfect, in fact. That was a bit of a mess. Some things about it were very simple. Some things were not immediately intuitive to me. Of course, the biggest goof early on was just missing the
rings. They took the rings.
And buff to staff usage from Micaiah's properties that were attached to Movier, but
Marnie, we must
Movier,
retreat
rather.
now.
I can't go back. I'm just gonna get
Oh,
an
we totally get to
earful
recruit
from
them.
Lord Sombron.
We totally get to recruit them.
And after all your nonsense about being exempt from scolding...
Oh, maybe not.
Wait, tell me, is Vale
Maybe so.
alright? Lord
Maybe
Sombron
so.
has given Zephyr a new kind of magic to use on Lady Vale. The true Lady Vale will never awaken again. The others think this is a happy outcome. You really do want to protect her.
I have said too much.
You can't just leave me.
Okay, no,
Is it
they'll
a good
run.
idea to just let them go?
No, it's
We
not.
took back the rings. I have a feeling that Vale is going to need him right at her side.
Alright, we'll deal with it.
Micaiah. Emblem Roy.
I never lost faith that we would return to you on the shadowy
Anyway,
moor
that
and
probably
at
means we
Flora
have 2
Ford.
new paralogs opening up.
Pained me to fight against you.
I'm sorry for putting you through that. I can't believe there are so many of the corrupted in Elusia.
The fell dragon is behind the rise of the corrupted in this kingdom. Sovereign blood is no longer enough for him. When Sombron drains them, they turn into the corrupted.
You mean the corrupted we killed were...
Well, they're called corrupted. What do you think? I thought it was obvious by now.
Rhodia, Firene. They'll all suffer if the corrupted leave my kingdom. If any of my people still remain.
Those two came all the way here to stop us. The Four Hounds must be desperate to keep us at bay.
Yeah, we've played for a while. Let's not think too hard about that. Okay. However, we'll explore this lovely port town.
Hey there.
And yeah, I don't really have much context for Zephyr. I don't know if that was supposed to be someone I met much earlier. It's been so long since the early chapters of the story when some of those characters were potentially relevant. Now, of course, in a previous chapter, in chapter 18, I did recognize the boss as being one of the first bosses way back in chapter 3 or so, I think.
Yes.
But let's just loot the map. Grab some materials for weapon refinement. Recruit some pets as well. And we'll be out of here. Oh, we've got an owl. Okay, let's see what the other pet is, plus that last critical line of dialogue. I've got plenty of these guys, though. Not too fussed about the kitties.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, even after missing some of the optional objectives in the power log on the previous stream with the 2,000 gold or so that we left on the table, this time around we also lost the Draco's shield, which is unfortunate. But there will be ways to compensate. And there will be lots of room for improvement. That will probably be it for today, though. I don't imagine that we'll be staying on for any additional maps, given the length of this session already. But nice to actually progress the story for once, and I'm sure we will have opened up multiple paralogs. We should have some Bond conversations available from capping out with Micaiah and possibly also Roy. Definitely Micaiah. Before we lost him much earlier in the game, so. Let's just take a look at how do paralogs look at the map, and yeah, because chapter 20 will be Elucia Castle, and we've got 2 rings left to go, those being Celica and Marth. And so Frozen Fortress is going to be Micaiah's map, of course based on a particular chapter from Radiant Dawn, and then Binding Grounds from Fire Emblem 6. The Binding Blade. Now we'll play Roy's map. Over there, looks like Micaiah is going to be tuned slightly easier, level 8 rather than level 10. And we'll just have to get to those as soon as we can. We'll probably be doing those before we progress the story, just because that's the approach we've been taking so far. Other than that, though, let's take a look at conversations. We'll probably just do the Bond ones for now. There are no Bond ones for now. I guess we weren't completely capped out yet with the relevant characters. So let's take a look at this one support then, and we'll probably log off from there.
All right! Great hunting today. Couldn't have brought in nearly this much if not for you, Prince Alchris.
Oh, but I barely helped.
Now that we're good on meat for a while, care to join me?
Me?
You'll be fine.
I'd feel bad for the fish.
Pretty sure the last thing a fish cares about is who's doing the catching.
I also doubt I'll catch anything.
Nonsense. Stick with me, but the real fun comes when I show you how to cook them.
You'll teach me how to cook fish? In that case, perhaps I will give it a try.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's it for that. And Once again, next chapter is going to be almost certainly Frozen Fortress over here, behind the castle that we were about to hit up anyway. Right here at the edge of the map, so that's going to be it for today. A pretty productive session, a very messy one in that second map, particularly because we kept losing to exactly the same thing with Louis on that chain attack, and of course it was just the error early on with not understanding the warp and how the staff was going to work. But once those issues were out of the way, I guess we did fine in the end. The scenarios are getting pretty interesting as we go into the late game and the later maps here, and we're almost back to a full Emblem collection, so we barrel on towards the ending. But for now, that is all, so thanks so much for watching, and until we continue with 2 paralogs followed by Chapter 20 of the main campaign sometime in the next week or two. Have a great time ahead of you, enjoy whatever it is you are playing or watching, and, as always, fare thee well.